Call to order. I could send it through the camera, huh? Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to call the meeting to order. Of course, we're on WebEx. For the public that might be listening, if you would like to have comments added to the agenda or to be read into the record today, you can reach us by going to public comment at willcountyillinois.com. All public comments will be read into the record.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so this morning we have Annette Parker doing our Pledge of Allegiance and introducing our clergy. Annette?
I pledge allegiance
to the
flag
of the United States of America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. Today I would like to introduce Father Burke Masters, who will be giving our opening prayer today. Father Burke was born and raised in Joliet. He attended Laraway Grade School and Providence Catholic High School. He studied mathematics and played baseball at Mississippi State University, where he played in the College World Series in 1990. He worked as an actuary for Kemper Insurance, and he was the ticket manager for the King County Cougars before entering Mundelein Seminary in 1997. Father Burke has been a priest since June 1st, 2002. He spent 34 years at St. Mary's in West Chicago. From 2006 to 2018, he served as the Vatican Director for the Diocese of Joliet. In August 2018, he became the Secretary for Christian Formation and the Diocese of the Office for Adult Formation to the Diocese of Joliet. He has served as the Catholic chaplain for the Chicago Cubs since 2015, helping and being a part of the momentous 2016 World Series Championship. He also started the Catholic Sports Camp in the area because of his passion for combined faith and sport. Please welcome Father Burke Masters.
Thank you, Annette.
Thank you.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, everyone. Let's pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we thank you and praise you for this new day that you've given us. Thank you for the gift of each person in this meeting and the abundant blessings shower down upon us. Thank you for the gift of work and the ability to serve the people. During this time of pandemic, we lift up to you all who have died and mourn their passing. We pray for all who are sick, that your healing hand may be upon them. We also pray for all our loved ones, for their health and safety during this time. In the scriptures, you revealed to us that citizens ought to respect governing authorities, about peace, order, and justice. Therefore, we pray for our mayor, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular this assembled council. We ask that you would graciously grant them wisdom and fortitude to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times. Prudence in the decisions that are made today. Give them a keen thirst for justice and righteousness, and confidence to do what is good and fitting. We pray for the agenda that is set before us. We pray for an assurance that whatever we do will please you and will benefit those who live and work around the city of Joliet. In your most blessed name we pray. Amen. In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Father Masters.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have the roll call, please.
Mark Berry.
Here. Yeah, Jeff, can you turn your mic off?
Mute their phone. Sherry Newquist.
Can everybody mute themselves?
Yeah, they got some serious breathers, heavy mouth breathers.
Sherry
Thank
Newquist.
you.
Here. Judy O'Gala.
Here.
Here. Jim Lucis.
Here.
Beth Rice.
Here.
Margaret Tyson.
Here.
Ken Harris. Jackie Trainier.
Here.
Gretchen
Present.
Meta Mueller. Her. Don Gould.
Here.
Joe Van Dyne.
Here.
Yes.
Herb Brooks.
Oh, just here. Oh, no.
Here.
Matt Parker. Here. Rachel Ventura.
Present.
Gloria Dallinger.
Present.
Tyler Markham.
Here.
Julie Berkowitz.
Here.
Mimi Cowan.
Here.
Ray Tuminello.
Here.
Tom Weigel.
Here.
Denise Winfrey.
Here.
This
26.
You didn't call me.
Yeah, Lauren Timperlake is here. Somebody's heavy breathing. I can't hear anything.
We've got you, Tim. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Laura, if you can hear me, they didn't call me.
Did not get called, Lauren.
Yeah, we called him. I called him. We've got him as present. Steve Allen?
Yeah.
I can hear you call me.
We got you, Steve.
26 present.
You need to mute. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Hey, Lauren, I'm Karen Stuckel, partner's office with your office.
Denise, do you want me to do the elected officials and media present right now?
You can go ahead with that, please, Lauren.
County Clerk Lauren Bailey Pierce, Recorder Karen Stuckel, Sheriff Mike Kelly is on the line, and Treasurer Kim Brophy. For the media present, we have Alex Gray from the Southtown, Alex Ortiz from the Herald News, and Rex Robinson from the Times Weekly.
Thank you. Okay. Motion to place on file certificate of publication.
Move O'Gala.
Second, Frizzalone.
All in favor?
Aye.
Oh, sorry. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizzalone?
Yes.
Newquist?
Yes.
O'Gala?
Yes.
Brooks? Yes.
I can't hear you, but I think yes is me.
Yeah, I don't know if somebody is not muted. Maybe they can mute.
There's like they're outside or something.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, better now. Rice?
Here. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz?
Yes.
Mueller?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Ventura,
Yes.
Dallinger,
Yes.
Markham,
Yes.
Berkowitz, Julie Berkowitz,
Yes.
Mimi Cowan,
Yes.
Tuminello,
Yes.
Weigel,
Yes.
Curlitis,
Yes.
Winfrey.
Yes.
26 affirmatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have the approval of minutes from the last meeting.
Denise, there are no minutes this month. They'll be on for next month. That was my
Thank you.
error.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we'll go right into the honorary resolutions and proclamations. First up is a Praxia Awareness Day. Mike Frizzalone.
Thank you. Whereas May 14th marks Childhood Apraxia of Speech Day to raise awareness throughout Illinois and about childhood apraxia of speech, an extremely challenging speech disorder in children. And whereas childhood apraxia of speech causes children to have significant difficulty learning to speak and is among the most severe speech deficits in children, whereas the act of learning to speak comes effortlessly to most children, those with apraxia endure an incredible and lengthy struggle. And whereas without appropriate speech therapy intervention, children with apraxia are placed at high risk for secondary impacts in reading, writing, spelling, and other school-related skills. And whereas such primary and secondary impacts diminish future independence and employment opportunities if not resolved or improved, and whereas most children with apraxia of speech will learn to communicate with their own voices only if they receive early intervention and appropriate, intensive, and frequent speech therapy. And whereas it's imperative there be greater public awareness about childhood apraxia of speech in Illinois and among community members, physicians, education professionals, policymakers, and elected officials, and whereas funders such as insurance providers, schools, and policymakers are encouraged to recognize the critical need to provide adequate speech therapy and other services so that the impact of this disorder is minimized and so thousands of affected children can grow into productive, contributing adult citizens. And whereas our highest respect goes to these children, as well as their families, for their effort, determination, and resilience in the face of such obstacles, now therefore be it resolved that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive hereby proclaim May 14th, 2020 as Apraxia Awareness Day. Further, be it further resolved that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive encourage the citizens of Illinois to work within the communities to increase awareness and understanding of childhood apraxia of speech, dated this 21st of May, signed by County Executive Lawrence M. Walsh, and it's County Clerk, and I so move.
Moved by Frizzalone,
Second, Dallinger.
second by Dollinger. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. Next up, we have recognition of Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Mimi Cowan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recognizing May of Asian and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month. Whereas the people of the United States join together each May to pay tribute to the contributions of generations of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who have enriched the history of the United States. And whereas the history of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders in the United States is inextricably tied to the story of the United States. And whereas the Asian American and Pacific Islander community is an inherently diverse population composed of more than 45 distinct ethnicities and more than 100 language dialects. And whereas, according to the Bureau of the Census, the Asian American population grew faster than any other racial or ethnic group over the last decade, surging nearly 72% between 2000 and 2015. And whereas over 35,000 Will County residents identify themselves as Asian, making up over 5% of Will County's population, with the largest community residing in the northern part of the county, And whereas the month of May was selected for Asian Pacific American Heritage Month because the first Japanese immigrants arrived in the United States on May 7th, 1843, and the first transcontinental railroad was completed on May 10th, 1869, with substantial contributions from Chinese immigrants. And whereas Will County remains a welcoming county for people of all backgrounds and faiths. And whereas celebrating Asian Pacific American Heritage Month provides the people of Will County with an opportunity to recognize the achievements, contributions, and history of, and to understand the challenges faced by Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive recognize the significance of Asian Pacific American Heritage Month as an important time to celebrate the significant contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to the history of the United States, and recognizes that Asian American and Pacific Islanders enhance the rich diversity of and strengthen Will County, Illinois, and the United States of America.
Moved by Cowan.
Second, Burke.
Sorry, second by
Trainier.
Trainier. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, and there you go, Julie. Congratulations.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Thank you, Judy.
Next up, we have a check presentation to Community Lifeline Ministries. Obviously, they are not here in the building this morning and will not be. We will drop that off. And this is a check that Mr. Brooks and I give to them each year to support their South End Community Fair. And this is an opportunity for several of the churches and neighborhood organizations to come together and support the community each year in July. So we will give them that check, which is $1,000, which is drawn on the waste management funds that are set aside for District 8. And I so move.
Second.
Second from Frizzalone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Okay, all resolutions have been signed for April. We'll move into the new business, starting with land use. Mr. Markham?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everybody. I'd like to start by making a motion to open the public hearing for all land use cases.
Second, Ventura.
Previous roll, Mueller.
I think we have to do a roll call.
Yeah, do you want me to do the roll call, or?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me just a moment. We had a sidebar here. Hold on.
I'd tell a good joke, but I don't know any.
You don't have any baby jokes?
Okay.
Not yet.
Excuse me. I need
Knock,
to
knock.
back up for a moment, go back to the resolutions. Nick, will you speak to that issue, please?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that, Denise?
The status of the April resolutions. Can you speak to that, please? I misspoke.
Well, I would defer maybe to the state's attorney because we've been acting on their advice.
Okay.
But I can,
Mary?
if
Sorry,
not,
go
I can
ahead.
answer, Mary, but if you'd prefer to answer.
Sounds like she's good with you answering, Nick.
Mary, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So it is my understanding that the county executive was not physically able to sign the resolutions this month. So for the information for county board members, they do become law once county board convenes again, even if they have not been signed. So they are as of today in effect.
Mary,
Thank you, Mary.
Denise, can you just add to that too? And Mary, tell me if I'm wrong on this, but by lack of a veto, that's why they become law, because the county executive, once the board approves them, he has the opportunity to veto resolutions, which he's rarely done, but by lack of a veto, they become law because the board has approved them and he has not taken action to veto them. So
that is correct.
Were there any questions? Okay, thank you, Mary. Thank you, Nick. We'll move ahead then to land use. I'm sorry, Tyler. Go ahead.
That's quite all right. I'd like to start by making a motion to open the public hearing for all land use cases.
I will second that, Ventura.
Okay, motion and a second to open the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Roll call.
Aye.
Do you need roll call? Go ahead.
Ferry?
Yes.
Yes.
Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Mustis?
Yes.
Rice?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz? Mueller?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne? Van Dyne? Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Ventura?
Yes.
Ballinger?
Yes.
Oh.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tuminello?
Yes.
Weigel?
Yes.
Curlitis?
Yes.
Winfrey?
Yes. We are in public hearing.
26 affirmative.
Thank you. Go ahead, Tyler.
We had one case. We had one case for public hearing, which was ZC-20-003, which was a zoning map amendment from A1 to E2 in Washington Township at 839 West Kentucky Road, Beecher, Illinois, County Board District 1, and I'm not sure if anybody signed up to speak on this.
We're not aware of any public comments regarding the zoning case.
All right, then I will defer to the speaker to ask.
I didn't hear that, Tyler.
No, I was deferring to you to see if there's any public.
There are no public comments. Anyone
nobody
wishing to
signed
be
in.
heard? There's nothing on the screen, Beth? Yeah.
No,
Okay.
Denise, I see no comments.
Okay. All
Motion
right,
to
thank
close
you.
the public hearing. Frizzalone?
Motion by Frizzalone.
Fritz?
Is there a second?
Second, Brooks.
Okay, motion and a second to close public hearing, Madam Clerk.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizzalone?
Yes.
Newquist?
Yes.
Ogala?
Yes.
Cook?
Yes.
Mustis?
Yes.
Rice?
Yes.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
Yes.
Fritz? Mueller?
Yes.
Gould?
Yes.
Van Dyne?
Yes.
Balich?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yes.
Parker? Yes. Ventura?
Yes.
Ballinger?
Yes.
Markham?
Yes.
Berkowitz?
Yes.
Cowan?
Yes.
Tuminello?
Yes.
Weigel?
Yes.
Curlitis?
Yes.
Winfrey.
Yes.
26 affirmative.
Okay, we are out of public hearing. Mr. Markham.
All right, first up, we have zoning case DC-20-003, which is zoning map amendment from A1 to E2, varying the maximum accessory building area from 3,000 square feet to 4,340 square feet in Washington Township, commonly known as 839 West Kentucky Road, Beecher, Illinois, County Board District 1. PZC approved 7-0, land use and development approved 6-0, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Jerry.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All
Can
those
I
in
go-
favor?
Can I ask a question, Denise?
Sure, Judy.
I was just wondering if, we're not at that point possibly, but if we could get some information from land use as we go down as far as, are there any situations right now where there are solar farms being actually happening? I know this isn't part of it, but my internet's giving me trouble, so I'm on and off. But, so if we could put that down and land use could give us an answer at some point. Sorry about that.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Previous roll call.
And that was,
Second, Ventura.
who was the previous?
Weigel.
Tom White.
Okay, Tom, okay. And second by Ventura. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Go ahead, Tyler.
Next up, we have our Land Use and Development Committee resolutions. First up, we have extension of special use permit 20-001 for zoning case ZC-17-071, which is a special use permit for a major utility solar farm facility in Washington Township, commonly known as vacant property on East Indiana Road, Beecher, Illinois, County Board District number 1. And this is what the next three are what Ms. O'Donnell was referring to, so I don't know if anybody from land use wants to jump in, so I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you.
Second, Ventura.
Second, Ventura. Any questions?
Previous roll.
Second, previous roll, Tom.
Second was Tom. The previous was that Mike. Was that you?
Yep.
Okay. So previous roll, Frizzalone, second by Weigel. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Next up, we have authorizing an extension of special use permit 20-002 for zoning case ZC-17-072, which is a permit for a special use permit for a major public utility, a solar farm facility in Washington Township, commonly known as vacant property on East Indiana Road, Beecher, Illinois, District number 1, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Mueller.
Second, Dollinger.
Okay. We have second Mueller. Dollinger, would that be previous roll?
Yes. Yes.
I can second Dollinger's previous roll, Ventura.
Okay. So we have previous roll Dollinger, second by Ventura. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, next up we have 20-154, which is authorizing an extension of special use permit to 20-003 for zoning case ZC-18-002, which is for Manhattan Farm in Manhattan Township, commonly known as 27555 South Gougar Road, Manhattan, Illinois, County Board District number 2, and I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Jerry.
Previous roll, Frizzalone.
I'll second previous roll, O'Gala, but this would be a great time to hear from land use if there are any active solar farms being built. I haven't heard an update. That would be a great time now. Thank you.
Okay, let's finish the motion first, and then we can do that. So we have a previous and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Do we have land use on the line?
This is David speaking. I know Brian is online. Let me check with Brian and the answer for you. I know we're dealing with just another issue at this point in time. Let me get back to you. I'll chat to Beth with a response.
Thank you.
So this is Brian here from Land Use. I was trying to get a hold of Janine to get the exact status. We definitely have one that's in process of getting ready to get built. They have submitted their permit, but it's not there yet. And Janine says she's available, so she's going to jump on now.
Thank you, Brian. This is Janine. I just want to let you know we do have a couple of permits in for 3 different projects, but we do not have anything that's ready to be issued. So we will be arranging a meeting for one of the sites that's over in Washington Township. We're hoping in the next 2 weeks. So we do want to have meetings with the county board members for those districts, also with, the developers, land use staff, Farm Bureau, any interested parties. But with everything that's been going on, we've sort of been delayed with that. No problem.
Were there further questions for land use? No. Okay, Mr. Markham.
All right, so that sorry, excuse me. That concludes our report. Our next land use and development meeting is scheduled for June 9th at 10:30 a.m.
Thank you. Next up is finance, Mr. Harris.
Good morning, County Board members and all in attendance of this WebEx. I have 2 reports to place on file. The first one is a report from the Illinois Department of Revenue showing sales tax remitted to Will County for the month of February 2020 to be $1,549,365.41. The RTA tax received is $1,899,933.97 for a total of $3,449,299.38. The next report is from the Will County Treasurer. It's the monthly report dated March 31st, 2020, from Tim Brophy. I so move.
Second, Frizzalone.
Moved by Mr. Harris, second by Mr. Frizzalone.
Previous row, Ventura.
Previous
Second by Trenier.
Second Trenier. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I have 3 resolutions to bring forward. The first one is 20-155. This is appropriating grant funds in the coroner's FY 2020 budget. I so move.
Second, Ferry.
Previous row, Trenier.
Mueller.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
The next resolution is 20-156, authorizing the county executive to accept additional funds granted by the Department of Human Services /SUPR to the Will County FY 20 Illinois Prevent Prescription Drug /Opioid Overdose Related Death. I so move.
Moved by Mr. Harris.
Second, O'Gala.
Second, O'Gala.
I'd like to ask a question.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. O'Gala.
Thank you. I was wondering, and I don't mean today, but I was wondering if next month if Dr. Kathleen Burke could give us an update on what's going on with the opioid crisis and any other related issues. Since we're not having some other meetings, it would be great to hear an update from her possibly next month on this issue. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. We can do that. Beth, would you make that note, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Previous row down.
Second. This by Ballinger. I'm sorry. I didn't hear the second.
Second, Mueller.
Second by Mueller. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Last resolution is 20-157, this is authorizing the county executive to execute the necessary documents for the delinquent tax program. I so move.
Second by Tyson.
Okay. Second by Tyson.
Ray Tuminello has his hand up, Madam Speaker.
Okay. We've Ray.
I had a question regarding the monthly financial reports. I was wondering if moving forward, instead of getting the reports the way we typically get them, I would like to see if there was a way we could structure the reports where we could see the actual impact of the COVID-19. So if we budgeted for $3.5 million coming in and $3.5 million came in, that's great. But if I want to just start seeing the impact to our budget, so maybe, if we next month we get only 1.2 million in, we expected 1.6 or 1.8. I would just like to have a running total just so we could understand the full impact of it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Harris, would you and the Finance Department arrange for us to see the comparison of how we stand compared to previous years?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
And I'm previous role.
The previous was who?
Van Dyne.
Van Dyne, okay. And the second?
Fritz.
Fritz, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries.
Okay, Ray, thanks for the segue. The next scheduled Finance Committee meeting will be June 3rd, 2020 at 10 a.m. The location and or dial-in information will be determined. That concludes my report.
I believe that meeting might be June 2nd.
Second, yeah.
June 2nd, I'm sorry. What did I say?
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, you have several hands up.
Okay.
Julie Berkowitz has her hand up, and Meta Mueller has her hand up, and Jackie Trenier has her hand up.
Okay, what was the first one?
Rachel Ventura.
Okay, Ms. Ventura.
I have my hand raised because I was wondering if we were going to be discussing the state's attorney's opinion to the vote that we took on the taxes at the Finance Committee, or are we doing that somewhere else?
That's on Executive Committee agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Next.
Meta Mueller.
Meta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to respond to Board Member Ogala in her request about getting some updates on the opioid crisis. Dr. Burke was coming to the Public Health and Safety Committee monthly and giving us those updates, and so I'm hoping when we resume meeting again that we'll continue to get those updates during that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is next?
Jackie Trenier. I can lower my hand. My question was the same as Ray Tuminello.
And Don Gould.
Are there other hands?
Yes. Don Gould.
I'm sorry, Don? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Denise. Yes, Meta. Kathleen is on the agenda for the June meeting for health and public safety.
Thank you.
And finally, Julie Berkowitz.
Okay. Julie?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I was hoping Dr. Burke would be on the line today. Apparently, is she present?
I don't believe she is. She is planning to come at the June meeting as previously stated.
Okay. I had sent her an email, and she was researching into it. Apparently, there is a section in the governor's executive order, and basically what it states that there are several things suspended, and one of those items was our report to the department, opiate overdoses. So I asked Dr. Burke, I sent her this information, and I asked her if she could look in and clarify that. The way it's read, it's indicating that there is no longer a requirement to report opiate overdoses. So I was hoping to get that answer in the near future. I think that's an important, something important to consider, especially with the data, to have correct data. If they're not required to report these opiate overdoses, what does that mean? So I expect them to be clarifying that in June, but I would, at the June meeting, but I would really prefer if we could understand that prior to the board meeting. Thank you.
And I understand that you have already sent her an email to that effect. Is that correct?
I have.
Okay, so I would
Yes,
think
I
that she
have.
will answer that, but we can also have a further clarification at the June meeting. I don't want to speak for her, but it's unlikely that we would stop reporting opioid deaths.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But we can get further information for you.
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
I do see Kathleen Burke on the line, and she's
Okay.
got her hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Kathleen.
You're on mute, Kathleen. Still on mute, Kathleen, if you can hear us.
Okay. She was in as an attendee. I just made her a panelist, so she should be able to unmute now.
Okay.
Okay. I think I'm in.
Here.
This is Kathleen.
Yes.
I did check into the issue about reporting opioid deaths. What happens is the hospitals, because they were overwhelmed with COVID-19 information, they were allowed to slow down their reporting. So the timelines in which they were expected to report were loosened. So yes, we are still getting that information. I do know that the Illinois Public Health Department, who eventually gets all of that information, has been slow in reporting it because they've had their staff reallocated to COVID-19. But it absolutely will be coming our way. What we do know is that there's been a jump in overdose deaths and overdoses, so which I'll talk more about at the public health meeting.
Okay. Thank you, Kathleen.
You're welcome.
Other questions before we move to the next report? Okay, we have Public Works and Transportation. Mr. Van Dyne.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Speaker and County Board members. We have some resolutions to present this morning, starting with number 1, 20-158, confirming award of contract to P.T. Farrow Construction Company, $473,548.39 for Weber Road from Gaskin Drive to north of Airport Road overlay, County Board District 3 and 13, and I would like to make that motion.
Second, Terry.
Motion by Van Dyne, second by Ferry.
Previous roll for Zalone.
Previous roll for
Second by
Zalone.
Dollinger.
Second by Dollinger. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 2, 20-159, confirming award of contract to Austin Tyler Construction, $474,984.06. Homer Road District Overlay, County Board District 7. I will make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne.
Second, Mueller.
Second by Mueller.
Previous roll, Ogala.
Previous roll, Ogala.
Second for Zalone.
Second by Frizzalone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
20-160, confirming award of contract to Austin Tyler Construction. New Lenox Road District Overlay on various roads, County Board District 12, and I so move.
By Van Dyne. Second by Tuminello.
Previous roll, Weigel.
Previous Weigel.
Second, Markham.
Second by Markham. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
20-161, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for engineering services, second phase with B3 companies on Cedar Road from Francis Road north to Lenox Street. County Board District 12, and I so move.
Moved by Van Dyne.
Second, Tuminello.
Second to Manello.
Previous
roll, Weigel.
Previous Weigel.
Second, Mueller.
Second Mueller. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 5, 20-162, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for design engineering services with Willett Hoffman and Associates on Wilmington Peatone Road Bridge over the Fort Creek, County Board District 6, and I so move.
Second,
Moved
Gould.
by Van Dyne.
Second, Gould.
Second by Gould.
Previous roll, Mueller.
Previous Mueller.
Second, Parker.
Second by Parker. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
20-163, authorizing an IGA between the Village of Plainfield and the County of Will for maintenance, energy of traffic signals at the intersection of Renwick Road and Village Boulevard in the County of Will. County Board District 5 and 13, and I'll make that motion.
Moved by
Second,
Van
Ferry.
Dyne. Second by Ferry.
Previous roll, Mueller.
Previous by Mueller.
Second, Fritz.
Second by Fritz. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Number 7, 20-164, correcting Scrivener's error on resolution number 19-273 for condemnation cases regarding the county's improvements of Laraway Road from Stonebridge Drive to Cedar Road, County Highway 4, County Board District number 12, and also make that motion.
Moved by
Second by
Van Dyne.
Second, Tuminello.
Second by Tuminello.
Previous roll, Weigel.
Previous
Second
Weigel.
by Tyson.
Second, Berkowitz.
Second Tyson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Number 8, 20-165, authorizing approval of professional services agreement for design engineering services with WSP USA Incorporated for the Eastern Will County Truck Route Feasibility Study, County Board District 1, and also make a motion.
Moved by Van Dyne.
Second, Parker.
Second by Parker.
Previous roll, Ogala.
Previous Agala.
Second, Mueller.
Second by Mueller. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries.
And lastly, number 9, 20-166, authorizing design engineering services by county under the Illinois Highway Code for Eastern Will County Truck Route Feasibility Study using the MFT funds, $930,603.40, County Board District 1, and I so move.
Second,
Moved by Van
Ventura.
Dyne.
Second, Ventura.
Second Ventura.
Denise, I'd like to make a comment. This is Ogala.
Go ahead, Judy.
Thank you. I look forward to this, and I also look forward to the involvement of all the different local entities out my way, townships, villages, and also I do have logistic companies, and I would like them to be involved. I think everyone should be involved in this process. So if there's a way to become more in tune with this team, I would like to do that.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions? Is there a previous?
Previous
Previous Newquist.
Second, Ballinger.
Second by Dollinger. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Next Public Works and Transportation Committee meeting is scheduled for June 4th, 2020 at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Van Dyne. Next up, we have Judicial Committee, Mr. Markham.
We have nothing for judicial committee. The next judicial meeting is.
Okay. Thank you. Next up, Public Health and Safety, Mr. Gould.
Good morning, Speaker Winfrey and fellow board members. Our next meeting is June the 3rd at 10 o'clock. While we may not have resolutions, there will be a lot of items on there insofar as the health department is concerned. So I'd encourage all members to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Legislative and Policy, Ms. Trenier.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and fellow board members and all other attendees. We have no resolutions to bring forward today, and our next meeting is scheduled for June 9th at 9 a.m.
Thank you. Next up is Capital Improvements, Mr. Brooks.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and ladies and gentlemen. We did not have an update on capital improvement in the month of May because the Finance Committee went long.
Excuse me, Mr. Brooks, hold on a minute. Someone needs to mute. Go ahead, Mr. Brooks.
All right. We didn't have an update. Finance Committee went a little long, and we hopefully we'll get back into that in June update. However, I got one resolution to bring forward, 20-167, authorizing the Will County Executive to negotiate and execute a contract with Harbour Contractors Incorporated for pre-construction services for the Will County Office Building Project.
And you so moved.
I so moved.
Motion by Brooks.
Van Dyne, second.
Motion, second by Van Dyne. Previous?
You have a hand.
Question?
So one of our constituents asked me, said that he heard from a there are going to be metal detectors installed in this building, in the county office building. I don't remember that being in the original presentation that we saw from Joel Van Essen, and I'm wondering if that's true. And if so, when was that added, and when were you going to tell us that?
Was the question about metal detector?
Is that correct, Ms. Fritz? You're asking about metal detectors for this building?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Do we have either Joel or Dave on the line?
I'm fine. This is Joel.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, so we had a security area identified in the initial programming of the building. Obviously, we were for the safety of all the departments, instead of having multiple metal detectors at different locations and so forth, the best opportunity for public would be to have a screening area in the front area to include a metal detector for the safety of everybody.
Madam Speaker, Nick Palmer has his hand up.
Okay.
Good morning. Nick. I just wanted to offer a little bit of history, too. There's been discussions for many, many years of the security of all our facilities. This building used to be open on both sides. The doors that face, I think it's Benton Street, used to be open. We locked those down. But years ago, we had the Sheriff's Department conduct a security assessment with a number of recommendations, many of which we implemented. But this has always been a consideration, whether we should have a more robust security in this building. And up until now, we didn't want to spend the money to do it, or we just didn't do it. But this has been part of it. We didn't get into that level of detail, but that was what the security lines that Joel was describing were for, is a queue to screen people coming in light of recent and more distant violent occurrences at government buildings, that we would have some level of heightened security. So that would include metal detectors, screenings, whatnot. So that's the history of it. So.
Okay, well, my other question was, when was this added to the plan, and when were you going to tell us? Because I don't think anybody knew about this. I asked another board member, they said no, it wasn't in the original presentation.
I'm sorry, Gretchen. Madam Speaker, I think because you and Gretchen are in semi-close proximity, there's a lot of feedback when Gretchen speaks. So, Gretchen, can you repeat?
Yeah, so my second question was, when was this added to the plan? Because this was not mentioned in the presentation that capital improvements was given. And then the third question is, when were you going to tell us that this was added to the plan? Because I'm not sure that the other board members were aware of this. And, you know, in the absence in the packet of a detailed plan, no, we never would have known until they started to be installed. So I'm just wondering, you know, if people were aware of this and if they're still okay with it, if they're still going to vote for this.
I guess my response, Gretchen, and I'll let Joel join in, is this, as many items that come before the board, there's limited discussion sometimes items. They just get approved and move through. We could get into the weeds and give you every ounce and every plan and everything if you'd like, but this is not a secret that security, enhanced security beyond what we have now involves screening. We had a debate a few years ago. Everyone was concerned because we went from armed deputies with to contractual security guards who weren't armed, and the decision, this county executive asked the new sheriff to bring back armed guards so that there was a higher level of comfort. So if the board as a whole does not want electronic screening, we can remove that from the project, but that was always part of the plan. It was not a secret. I think we just didn't get into all the details because I don't think the board members have seen all the floor plans in individual offices either, where walls are going to be moved and stuff, but that doesn't mean that it's not necessary. So we can revisit the plan if the board as a whole doesn't want electronic screening. It's an option, and that's why we haven't done it before, because there wasn't the desire to spend the money. But this is just pricing it out too, as far as what the costs are, right, Joel? If you want to comment on that.
So I just want to be clear. This is pre-construction services. This is pretty much give us a cost, give us a schedule, and if you guys make a determination that all the and we also want to present actually the full design to you. Our plan would be that they could come back in July and provide a briefing to the Capital Committee. Everybody can look at the design, and if they feel that they want to proceed to the bidding stage, that could be included as this pre-construction services. So no final determination has been made on the project. We welcome all board members' inputs. So this is just pre-construction services.
Okay.
Are there other questions?
Yeah, this is O'Gale. I'd like to make a comment, please.
Go ahead, Judy.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, you know, I have no idea if you guys have a rough estimate as to what the cost might be. Again, I know I agree with Ray. I'm glad that he asked that. We get our financial information in a different format and comparison as we move forward so that we can make better decisions on how we should proceed. Do we have any type of estimate as to what this could possibly cost? Because I think we should really refrain from spending things that we could maybe put off till next year. Thank you.
Speaker Winfrey, if I could
go ahead, Mr. Powell.
Joel's here too, but again, Joel just said this is pre-construction. This is just cost estimation, so we have harder numbers. And it said we're going to come back to the board, and the board can make the decision to proceed now or at a later date. And I know Karen Hennessy and others are on. Some of these funds are coming from existing bond funds, I believe. So it's not going to take money away from the general operations of the county government. This is going to come from an existing fund that has to be spent within a certain time frame. So I'm reasonably confident the money is going to be there. But again, the board will make the final determination on when and whether we expend the money. So none of this is being decided today. It's allowing us to get that information so that we can bring it back to you as board members to make that final decision.
Thank you, Nick, for that.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
Mr. Moostis has his hand up.
Pardon?
Yeah, go ahead, Denise, all right?
Mr. Moostis has his hand up.
Moostis, go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to mention that, we've talked about security of our buildings, all our buildings, the county building, and so forth. And I do think that monitoring going into buildings is something that should be seriously considered for all our buildings. This is pre-construction. You'll see the estimates. You'll see the cost. But I would say let's not be foolish in the sense of lack of security for our employees, for our elected officials. So I think all our buildings should be monitored, quite frankly. And I think we should leave this estimate in there and then make a decision. But security is the utmost importance. And quite frankly, I've criticized the executive's office in the past for not addressing what I thought were security deficiencies. So they should be including this type of security when we have the opportunity to make changes. So I just wanted to make, that's more of a statement than a question. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions? I believe we have a motion and a second. Is there a previous?
Previous Rollo Gala.
Second, Frizzalone.
Previous Ogala, second Frizzalone. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That motion carries.
All right. Madam Speaker, I do appreciate all the dialogue, and I think it's made very clear we're all at the beginning of negotiations with this. And again, as all chairmen do, I do invite everyone that's not on the Capital Improvement Committee to participate, because I always love to hear your input at committee as well. Thank you so much. And our next Capital Improvement meeting is scheduled for June the 2nd, 2020 at 11 a.m. if Ken Harris don't go too long. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Next up, we have the Executive Committee by Mr. Ferry. And I'm just going to make a statement before we get started on that. The first six items on the Executive Committee are about salaries for county-wide, county board members. And as you all know by now, every 2 years, we have the opportunity to change or stay the salaries for 180 days ahead of the election. And this is the time that we would do it now if we choose to do that. I'd say that certainly there is an opportunity, or there is reasonable need to look at those salaries to think about what they should be. This, however, seems to be an inappropriate time to make any changes in the positive to any of the salaries. I would recommend that we stay all salaries as currently presented, but having said that, that's my own thought on that, so I will defer to Mr. Ferry to begin the Executive Committee.
Okay, thank you, and good morning to everyone. First, we have 20-168, setting salary for members of the Will County Board, and I so move.
Ken Harris.
Moved by Mr. Ferry, second by Mr. Harris.
Previous roll Mueller.
Previous from Mueller.
No, roll call.
I have a question.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So now it's questions. The first question was by
Rachel Ventura, and Beth Rice also has her hand up.
Okay, so Rachel.
Can I defer to Beth first, actually?
Okay, so Ms. Mueller, Ms. Ventura is going to pass on her turn. So the second speaker is Ms. Rice, and then who is third?
Madam Speaker?
Yes.
No third.
Okay.
No third. Okay, so two questions. First question.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I was trying to request a roll call vote, not previous roll on 2168. and I have a comment that I do not support any increases. I would like to engage in a discussion of reducing the number of county board members. I realize this is not the appropriate time for that, but I do want a roll call vote.
Second speaker.
Yeah, so I had a question about the procedure of this. So if we, for item number 1, with the members of the Will County Board and the leadership raises, if we did not want to support the raise, but we did want to support keeping the salaries the same, does a motion need to be made, or just by voting no, it would defer to staying the same?
I believe that a no vote keeps the salary stayed, but is that true, Mary?
Yes, that's true. A no vote would keep the salaries as they currently are.
Okay, thank you.
And that would be true for each of the positions, is that correct? Well, there's nothing proposed on the others, so that would be it. Okay, so there is a request for a roll call. So on the 20-168, the roll call, please.
Madam Speaker, I had a question.
Question, Mr. Harris?
I'm looking at the resolution, the way it's written. Are those increases for the leadership? It says 26.5 for the minority and majority leader. There's 29 for the speaker. Are those increases, or is that the same?
That would be increases. The current is $23,000 for all board members. The speaker gets $1,000 more. The minority and majority leader do not get anything more.
So we're voting on this resolution, then would we be voting for the increases? Because we're saying we don't want to increase.
If we vote yes, you're voting for the increase. A no vote says to stay the salaries as they currently exist.
Madam Speaker, the majority and minority leader do get $1,000 more currently.
Oh, do they?
Well,
okay.
as the
I didn't know
speaker.
that. Oh, they're
Yes.
just rolling in dough. Okay.
Yes, just all 3 positions, all 3 leadership positions are set at $1,000 a month more. You are all at $24,000. The motion that came out of executive increased the speaker by $5,000. Majority and minority leader were increased to $2,500.
Okay. Okay. So then, with that information, as we go to the roll call, a vote yes would be for the additional increase. A no would be to stay them as they are.
And Madam Speaker, Rachel Ventura still has her hand up.
Okay. Ms.
That was
Ventura.
an error. I'm sorry, I didn't lower it.
Okay. Are there other questions before the roll call? Yep. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Ferry,
No.
Frizzalone,
No.
Newquist,
No.
Ogalla,
No.
Cook,
No.
Lucas,
No.
Rice,
No.
Tyson,
No.
Harris, Ken Harris,
Yes.
Trainer,
Yes.
Fritz,
No.
Mueller,
No.
Gould,
No.
Van Dyne,
No.
Balich,
No.
Brooks, Brooks,
No. No.
Parker, no, Ventura,
No.
Dollinger,
No.
Markham,
No.
Berkowitz,
No.
Cowan,
No.
Chumanello,
No.
Weigel,
No.
Curlitis,
No.
Winfrey.
No.
2 affirmative, 24 negative.
The motion fails. Continue, Mr. Ferry.
Okay, next is Resolution 20-169, setting salary for the county auditor. And I so move.
Motion by Ferry. These then are motions for the salaries to stay as they are.
Right, second
For
O'Gara.
people's- Just for people's awareness. A second by O'Gara. Is that right?
Yes, that's right, Denise.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll need a roll call.
Ferry,
Yes.
Frizzalone,
Yes.
Newquist,
Yes.
Ogala,
Yes.
Cook,
Yes.
Mustis, Rice,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Harris,
No.
Trainier,
No.
Fritz,
Yes.
Mueller,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Van Dyne,
Yes.
Balich,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Ventura,
Yes.
Dollinger,
Yes.
Markham,
Yes.
Berkowitz,
Yes.
Cowan,
Yes.
Tuminello,
Yes.
Weigel,
Yes.
Crolitis,
Yes.
Winfrey.
Yes,
24 affirmative, 2 negative.
the motion carries.
Okay, next, resolution number 20-170, setting the salary for the clerk of the circuit court, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Ferry,
Van Dyne, second.
second by Mr. Van Dyne.
Previous roll, Rice.
Second O'Gara.
Second, Barco.
Previous Rice, second O'Gala. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Harris and Trainier. Howe.
And the opposed?
My vote will stay the same. Thank you very much.
Same here for Harris.
Okay, thank you. The motion carries.
Okay, next is item 4, which is 20-171, setting the salary for the county coroner, and I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second by Mueller.
second by Mueller,
Previous roll, Harris.
previous by Harris,
Second, Brooks.
second by Brooks. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? The motion carries.
All right, next is item 5, which is resolution 20-172, setting the salary for the county executive.
Motion by Ferry,
Second, Newquist.
Second.
second by Newquist.
Denise, you have a hand up, Jim
Oh.
Eustace.
Okay, Mr. Mustis.
Okay, I'm going to go through something that I've done numerous times in relation to setting the salary for the county executive. You know, the County Executive Act went in 1988, and prior to that, we had a county board chairman. And the county board chairman at that time was paid, I believe, 1.5 times what a county board member made. In other words, the county board chairman's salary was tied to the county board salaries. And in the statutes that talks about the Executive Act, it makes reference to, well, basically what it says is that the county executive salary will not be less than 1.5 times a county board member's salary. So even in the legislation, they tied the county executive salary to the county board salary. Now, I've made this argument in the past, and of course, I think it's always easier to make the argument when we don't have an incumbent running for the office. And so I'm going to make, once again, make my pitch on the salary of the county executive. When the county executive, I believe his first salary, and I could be slightly off on the numbers, but I think I'm pretty close. I don't have them in front of me. The county executive was basically paid 3 times a county board member was paid. At that time, a county board member was making, I believe, $13,500, and I think the county executive made $39,000. So approximately 3 times, made a tad less than 3 times what a county board member was making. Plus, the county executive gets a stipend to be the liquor commissioner. So I would like to tie the county executive salary back to the county board salaries, which I think was the intent of the legislation. So, I think the county executive salary should be no more than 3 times what a county board member makes. When we went to the executive form of government, if you look at the Executive Act, it doesn't give any additional duties or doesn't give any additional work to a county executive. Basically, he takes over the administrative duties of the county board. So I believe we should tie it to the county board salaries. Now, I would probably make a motion to say the county executive should be paid 3 times what a county board member makes. And I might add, if we did that, that would lower the salary down to approximately $69,000 from $93,000. If you did 4 times the county board salary, you would leave the salary basically where it is today, $1,000 less, I believe. So I think it's worth having the discussion. I'll make a motion to amend the salaries of the county executive to 3 times the county board member's salary, and leaving I believe it's $6,500 for the liquor commissioner. So that would be my motion to amend.
So there is a motion and a second to amend the county executive salary to be, is it 3 times you said, Jim? That
Yes.
is the county board members, and then add on to that the liquor stipend.
Correct.
Is there a discussion?
Yes, Denise, there's several hands up. You've
Okay.
got Rachel Ventura's hand is up, as is Amanda.
Okay. Rachel, then Amanda.
Okay, I like the direction that Moosis is going by tying them together based on the state legislative. I think that is something that we should look at. I don't think that 3 times is appropriate, and one reason I would say that is that currently we are part-time employees. Although I feel we put a full-time job in, I would like to revisit that in some future time. However, one would argue that perhaps 4 times would be more appropriate then, because if you doubled the work we were putting in, it would one would assume it would double the salary, and then if you did twice that, that's how I arrived at 4 times, which would set the salary the same. I do want to point out, however, that there is another county in the state that has an executive, that's Champaign County, and they have a proposed salary for their executive at $117,000. I know that this board has discussed in the past our county-wides have been in comparison to other counties, they are underpaid. I know just 2 years ago we discussed the sheriff's pay being much less than other counties, and that our county services the most people who are sheriffs. So I do think that there are county-wides, and a look at the county board and the executive should all be looked at in a comprehensive view, and whether they're full-time, part-time, what those salaries represent for those individuals, individual positions, not individual people. And I do think that this should be a conversation. However, due to what is happening in our county with COVID, I don't think that this is the appropriate time to make these arguments and changes to salaries. But it is something that going forward, I would like to have these conversations. And I'm not sure what committee that needs to be a part of, but with the redistricting coming up and everybody having to rerun, it seems that that would be more of an appropriate time to look at some of these. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, Mary Tatro has her hand up, so I just thought maybe you might want to.
Okay, let's go to Mary and then we'll come back.
County board members, I would just, rather than making the motion in terms of a percentage of county board members' salaries, you do a dollar amount. There is the opportunity that if county board salaries are increased in a year other than prior to the full reorganization of the board, different members of the board could make different salaries, which would lead to a confusing resolution for the county executive.
Okay, well, Mary, then, 3 times would be 69,000, and 4 times would be 92,000 of the basic board salary. So you're saying we have to plug in a number?
Well, I'm saying because, if you were to pass a resolution now for county board member salaries, it would only affect those county board members who would be elected in November. The remaining county board members' salaries would not change because you can't change a salary during a term of office.
You could make it the average of all county board members, though.
Just set it at 60.
Go ahead, Mary.
It could also lead to a change in the county executive's salary during the term of his office. So I am recommending that you do a dollar amount. You can do the calculation based on, whatever you want, 3 times, 4 times. I'm just saying do it based on it. Just set a number.
Several hands are up. Still.
Okay. Thank you, Mary. Who is next?
Mike Frizzlone has his hand up, as does Judy Ogala.
Okay.
Still Amanda Cook.
And I'm sorry, didn't we have someone else left from before?
Yes, Amanda Cook.
Amanda. Okay, so Amanda, Mike, and Judy.
Thank you. I am not in favor of making any salary changes at this time, considering the uncertainty of the time that we're living in, and furthermore, the fact that we are past the primary election. I think this makes it a poor time to approach the topic, especially when we have to basically vote this month for it to take effect. We don't have any time to really talk it out. I want to revisit this issue after the November election for following cycles, though. I think this is a conversation we should have, but maybe for following cycles and not right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Next is Mike, then Judy.
Okay, number one, I disagree with everything you said, Amanda. This is when we normally do it, so it's always going to be after a primary. So that's what we're stated to do, 180 days before the next election. So we're doing what we're supposed to be doing right now. And then to Rachel's point, the nowhere in the statute does it say that the executive's job is a full-time job. And maybe Jim could give me a little history on this, but when we went to the executive form of government, I don't know that we had a chief of staff or a deputy chief of staff at the time. So personnel has been added over the years to take care of those duties. The executive's free to come and go, just like other elected officials. They don't have to put in full time. They can if they want. So it's up to them. I think $69,000, which is 3 times what we make, is appropriate. If you want to make it 3 times what the speaker makes, then that gives or leadership makes, that puts an extra $3,000 on there, makes it 72. Either way, I think that's an appropriate amount of money, and this is the appropriate amount of time to do it. When we're supposed to do it, it is after a primary. We're not doing it to an individual that's in office now that may be in again. We're going to have a new executive. Perfect time to do it. Thank you.
Madam Speaker,
Judy?
Mary Tatro would like to speak again.
Okay, Mary, then Judy. Mary, we can't hear you.
Mary, you're still on mute. Still on mute. We'll come back to you, Mary.
It's really hard to push that button.
Okay, so then Judy, while we're waiting for Mary.
Okay. Yeah, I see she's struggling with her phone there. I just wanted to make some comments. I want to make a comment about the fact that I think it was a year or 2 years ago, probably that, or more maybe. Time goes into my mind during COVID, but that we, the county board was not per Springfield legislation. The county board was removed from the ability to have IMRF because they said that we were not full time. And full-time meant that you had to work so many hours a year to qualify for IMRF. So stating that was something the state legislature passed, while all of us put in a lot of hours, I think that if you actually sat down, as we had to do back then before we weren't allowed to have IMRF at all, sit down and actually put your hours down, you're not really working 40 hours a week. There are many of us that work on many things that are sort of county related, but not always in the capacity of our county board position. As far as lowering the salary, at this time, I think of any position, I think that our constituents would appreciate that and understand that we care about them and that we have heard the pain that they've gone through from not getting paid during this time. Some people haven't even gotten their unemployment yet because of the backlog there and issues with signing up for unemployment. I know many people have said that. So I think this is something we need to seriously look at. And again, I do want to state the fact that all elected officials are not required to work full time. They can if they want to. I'm assuming that the clerk is in her office a lot during election cycles and probably a lot less often when it's not election cycle, as to be expected. The other offices possibly have similar times, like the treasurer, I'm sure during this tax collection season, he's probably in his office a lot. Other times he's probably not there because it isn't as heavy and he's allowed to go on and do whatever else he wants. But I do hear often from the Democratic caucus that we're looking at eliminating and changing how many people we have on the county board. We have gone from 3 down to 2. In my district, I think that, Sherry and I, each of us, one on either end of the aisle, the Democrat, Republican, because there's 2 of us, we represent our district well because my district it leans more Democrat. So it's not 50-50, but close enough that the voters are able to vote for one person from each side, which really gives them great representation. I can present the Republican views, Sherry can present the Democrat views, and then the people within our communities who who feel that they're Democrat or Republican have that person to go to in my district. Now, like Denise and Herb, your district is heavily Democrat. So you guys represent your district well because you are representing the majority of the people in your district. So I think that, when we make comments to say that we need to increase the salary because we want to increase our own salary is what we're saying, and then looking towards the census, okay, well, now we can put the districts and cut them up into any way which fashions the majority party. I think we really need to be serious and look at who we're representing, because regardless of if there's more Democrats in Will County and less Republicans, we still need to represent everybody and each side. And thank you. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Mary, are you on now?
I am. I did not have a comment. I just momentarily got disconnected.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Several
Are there
hands
any
still up.
Whose hand is up?
Jackie Trinier's hand is up, and Jim Lucas, I don't know if you're looking to speak again. Julie Berkowitz's hand is up, and Steve Balich's hand is up.
Okay, so Jackie, then Julie,
then
Steve, then Steve, and if Jim is looking to speak again, he would be last. Go ahead, Jackie. Jackie?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry. One bad thing about working from home, people ring your doorbell. So I am not in favor of cutting or changing the county executive salary at this time. If we aren't changing anything with the redistricting and all of those kinds of things, I don't see any need to make a change to the county executive salary. I do have a question, though, based on something Mary said, and I don't remember this from 2010 when we did the census and redistricting. I did notice that the countywide officials, their salaries do go through 2023, not through 2022, which would be the time when we would do the redistricting. So it seems a little odd to me, just the conversation. Not sure if the dates on here are right. It seemed to me that it should only, the salary should only go through 2021, and then with 22 with the redistricting, it should start out different. As far as 3 times or 4 times the county board member salary, I mean, the concept is fine, but since we're already talking about looking at county board member salary in conjunction with the redistricting and the census, it doesn't make sense to me to do it at this time. That's all.
Thank you. Julie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I think it's a good time to reflect on the struggles that all of our constituents are facing right now during this crisis. Many are concerned with, some are concerned with just staying in their homes. Some have greater concerns than others. But overall, having this conversation today, I think we need to remember our responsibility to the taxpayers. And we ourselves are taxpayers. And I know the feedback that I'm getting from my neighbors. There's a lot of concern out there. A lot of people are scared. They don't know what the future holds. And for that reason, I believe that this is a good time to adjust that salary based on the historical information that's been shared today. Most people running for office, especially county board, well, I would think all of them are aware of the salary. I can't imagine that anyone would run for this office and believe that they're going to be able to live on this salary. We all make that choice willingly. So for that reason, and because of our responsibility to the taxpayers, I support making this salary more reflective of what the taxpayer would expect. So thank you for letting me share my views.
Thank you. Mr. Ballage?
Yeah, I'm not in favor of giving any raises to anybody, and I would have liked to see everybody get a cut in pay. I mean, I answer calls and go outside of my district because people outside of my district in Will County are always calling me for help. And I go out and help them. So I put in a real lot of time because my district is pretty big with a lot of problems. You know, and I know Mike is doing the same thing with me. So we're not complaining about the pay. And when you look at these other positions, they don't even have to go to work. They have a lot of people working for them, so they could just not even show up. As long as their employees are doing the right thing. So, you know, I'm agreeing with Jim. If the average pay for a household is around $40-something thousand, I think Mimi will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm guessing it's somewhere around 40-something. And then the county executive, who is part-time, gets what? Double? I mean, I don't think that's correct. So I'm agreeing with Jim and with Judy and Mike and, you know, everybody else that wants to see something change. And as far as cutting the districts, when we start talking about it, I think that if you cut the districts, you have to make them smaller then, because There's no way that you're going to be able to handle it with one person unless you just don't do the job right. But if you answer all the calls and take care of all the people in your district, if you don't have two people, I don't know where you find the time.
Thank you. Are there other hands, Maura?
Yes, and if I may, quickly, just if people, I see Jackie Trenier, Jim Moustis, Judy Ogala, Julie Berkowitz, Kathleen Burke, Ken Harris, I know does have his hand up for this specific issue, Mary Tatro, and a new hand, Mimi Cowan. But anyone who has their hand raised, if they could put it down so that we can keep track of who still wants to speak, I would appreciate it. Thank you. So Ken Harris.
Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you. I have spoke on this previously, how I feel about elected officials and the job they do and the need to be compensated for the job they do. I spoke at our village meeting a few months back. It was pre-COVID about the mayor and maybe decreasing his salary, and I told him I was supportive of not decreasing it. So I didn't have any stake in that issue, but still, that's how I feel. I think the job that they do is deserving of the current salary, if not an increase. I still feel the same about our leadership and our increases that we have proposed. That's why I'm voting no, not to leave it the same. I am supportive of an increase. In this case, I'll be supportive of the county executive increase. I don't think it's too unrealistic to propose 110 a year for that position. And it's just about expectation. You can talk part-time and full-time all you want, but it's still requirements of this job that this person needs to do, or this individual, or this position is required to do. And if we do polls about who does what, I think you'll be surprised the amount of time that the elected officials do put in. I wouldn't say surprised, but it's more than what a normal worker or union worker would work. It probably exceeds 40 hours a week. So to get into the debate that it should be part-time, that's what we don't want. For somebody to say, well, it's only part-time. I don't have to show up. I don't have to do this. So I think it entices people. It helps them to want to do the job and encourage them to do the job. So that's just my feel. And that's why I've been voting no. That's it.
Thank you, Ken. Do we have new hands wishing to speak?
Yes, Mimi Cowan and Mike Frizzlone.
Mimi and then Mike.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate Member Balich's acknowledgement that I like to rely on facts and data. And as I brought up at the Executive Committee, the median household income, according to the census in Will County, is over $80,000 a year. I believe Member Frizzlone pointed out that that's a household and not a personal income. And I haven't had a chance to look deeply into this, but from what I can tell, the median income for a male in Will County is slightly over $60,000, but for females, it's only slightly over $40,000. So just to get the record straight as far as that goes. So I first have a question for Mary Tatro. Member Frizzlone said that we have to do this 180 days before the election, so we have to do it now. But just to clarify, nothing's stopping us from having this conversation a greater number of days before an election. Is that correct, Mary?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. A few weeks ago, Ray Tuminillo raised some really good concerns, I thought, over the timing of when we set the salaries because, and I'm going to paraphrase what he said, and he's welcome to correct me, but he said that candidates spend, 9 months committing to running for these offices before we set the salary. And I thought he rightly pointed out that allowing someone to make their life plans, quit other jobs, commit to the process, and then changing the salary, it's not really a great situation. Member Berkowitz, in her comments just now, said that people run for these offices knowing what the salary is. But if we today change this salary, that is not true. We have two candidates who are running for this office who threw their hat in the ring and went through this process for the last 9 months, knowing what they thought the salary was, and now that would not be the case. So I'm not sure I understand the disconnect in logic here. But since Ray was the one to sort of bring up this concern in the first place, Ray, I'm wondering if you could address your comments from a few weeks ago. Let us know if your thinking on this has changed, and if so, why.
do you want me to respond right now, Speaker?
You can go ahead, Ray.
Well, this is precisely what I was trying to get at back when I brought this up, but this is not something new. Maybe you haven't been here but about a year and a half, 2 years, but this is something I've been bringing up for about 6 years, just from a timing aspect, because I knew at some point something like this would happen. With that being said, I do like the ability to tie the county executive's salary into a county board member's salary, whether it be 3 times, whether it be 4 times. I do like that. So my next
We lost your voice, Ray.
Ray, you're either on mute or we lost you.
Ray?
I think we might have lost him because I don't see him on the list. So maybe, Madam Speaker, I know that
I see him up above. It looks like his voice is, his WebEx connection is off. Okay, and I believe we had another hand that was up.
I do, Mr. Moose has his hand up, but I do believe Mimi asked Mary Tatro to respond to a question, and Mr. Frizzalone has his hand up.
Okay, let's go with Mary, and then maybe we can get back on. Mimi, were you finished, or?
I was finished, and Mary answered
that question.
Okay.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Okay. We can hear you now, Ray.
I'm sorry, my laptop died, so I just scrambled trying to find a cord. Anyway,
okay.
I have this thing on Maximize. I'm just learning how to use this damn new Apple. But anyway, my question for Mary, because I do like tying it in. It's something that Jim has been talking about for the 6 years I've been there. But my question, whether it goes 3 times, 4 times, whatever it is, can the resolution be written in a way to go with Jim's initial thinking where it's tied, but could be tied to the salary based on the actual election, based on the county board salary set at the time that the county executive salary is set, so we don't have the issue that you talked about where you're doing it on the second, based if someone gets a raise in halfway through the executive's term, then there's an issue because now we get which one do we set it on. So basically, and if the county executive salary would be 3 times, 4 times, whatever the county board picks, based on the salary of the county board that's picked at that exact time. Does it make sense?
So are you saying that, I guess I'm trying to envision how it would work. Are you saying that if the county board were elected in the same year that, for the county board that's elected in the same year that the county executive is elected?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That salary? Okay.
What I'm saying is basically, yes, go ahead, sorry.
I guess I would recommend that you simply put a paragraph in your resolution saying that, you feel as a policy the county executive salary should be based on a percentage or multiplier of the county board salary, and then go ahead and set the number based on that, based on this year. I mean, if you're going to do it, at the appropriate time before the executive is elected, you're going to be addressing that resolution anyway. So you could set that forth in the resolution, and then everyone would see it going forward every 4 years because they'll refer back to the old resolution.
That makes sense.
I understand. So basically, to speak what Jim was talking about, so the resolution for the county executive could be based on a multiplier of the salary that we set for the county board on X date, and then that would carry over every 4 years, correct?
Well, it could, but I mean, you got to realize that county board can change that every 4 years too. So.
Oh, I completely understand that, but it eliminates the issue of, you got it today, and then 2 years later you have another salary that's different.
you could set the salary, you can give increases, Mary. You can
You're
give
correct. You can. My concern is not.
So if you put in there that it would be I'm going to use the speakers, to say it would be 3 or 4 times the speaker's salary, and if the speaker's salary changes, say in 2022, because this term will go to 2024, you could give an increase in 2022 to the executive based on the county board salaries, couldn't you?
I don't think so. No, I think you need
No,
to
because they'd already be elected.
Yeah.
No, you can for a countywide official, you can say you're going to get $95,000 the first year, then it's going to go to 96, 97, 98. You can give raises.
You can give raises, but they are set at the time you pass that resolution. The concern I have is, while yes, you're tying it to the speaker, there's no guidance for what the speakers will be. And people could vote to increase the speaker because they want the executive to get an increase, or they could vote to decrease the speaker because they want, Yeah.
Well, I'll go back to county board members then. So, rather than the speaker. So if the county board salaries went up during that period, you could give a raise to the county executive in the say 2022. And couldn't you make provisions in the resolutions for that?
I guess it would have to be worded. You're going to have to. So 2022, the entire county board is getting reelected. So it doesn't become the concern in 2022 is not the same as the concern that I would have for 2024, for example.
Let's just set the number at 3 times and call out the actual number.
I disagree with setting the number at 3 times. This is Ballage. I'll take my hand down. I think that if you set the number at an actual dollar amount, that's okay. But if you set it for 3 times or 4 times or 10 times, I don't care. Down the road, if we increase the county board pay from what it is now to say $40,000, then 3 times 40,000 becomes the pay, or 4 times or 5 times or whatever. I don't think it's appropriate to set it to a county board pay. Jim was just using that as a base reference. He wasn't saying we should do that. At least I don't think he was, because I would have argued with him. I think that you should just say, all right, the county executive gets X amount of dollars based on how much money everybody else in the county board's making, but you don't say that in a statute, in a bill. What happens if we decide to raise the pay for the county board to $40,000 because we go to 1 person per district? How much does the county executive get then?
Denise, you have several other hands up.
Pardon? I'm sorry, Maura, I can't hear you.
There are several other new hands up.
Okay, let's go with the new hands first.
Sherry Newquist has her hand up.
Go ahead, Sherry.
Hi, guys. So I know I'm the newest person on this board and I don't have the history, but I'm hoping that someone can explain to me, why is the focus on reducing only the county executive's salary? What makes that position different from the other countywide positions? No one's proposing that we reduce those.
Okay, and then who is the second one?
There are several hands still up. I'm not sure if they are new or want to speak again. I could just go through the list. Jackie Trenier still has her hand up. Julie Berkowitz still has her hand up. Mike Frizzalone has his hand up.
Okay, let's just go straight down then. Jackie?
Yes. I took my hand down and I put it up again. And the reason being is I did not mention the comments that went on about county board members being full-time and part-time and keeping our time. I think all the county board members were keeping timesheets at the time. It was the legislature that then came back and said, well, if you want to keep the pension program, you have to take an affirmative vote to keep it. And at that time, Mr. Moustis was our speaker, and he chose not to bring that up in front of the county board. And so that's why there is no pension. It wasn't as if people on this side said, hey, we're only part-time, we don't work enough to earn a pension. It was a decision, basically a political decision. And that's just how the cookie crumbles. You know, if you're not in charge, you don't get to make those decisions. While Speaker Moustis was the speaker, I don't recall this argument of 3 times the salary for the county executive ever being brought up, not ever hearing a discussion about it. Maybe in his caucuses, but not on the board floor when we were discussing salaries. Not sure what one has to do with the other than the statute that Mr. Moustis brought up, but you know, each person does things differently when they get elected, and they have to be responsible, the voters actually hold them responsible and accountable. If they don't like the number of hours they're putting in, they vote them out and they vote in a new person. That's our system. Again, the way the cookie crumbles. I just don't see the point in looking just at the county executive position, as Sherry mentioned. But, you know, when we got a redistricting coming up in 2 years, to bring this up on the very eve that it's needing to be voted on, that's really not good planning. We've had, since the last time we voted on this 2 years ago, to have experts brought in, discussions happen. You know, it hasn't been on the agenda to be talked about at all, except the last probably 35, 40 days. Which to me, if this is something serious, and I know Ray brought it up back in February, but geez, this should be on our agenda for July of this year is when it should be on the agenda. And we should talk about it up until June of 2022, so that we get it right next time. But to wait until the last minute, that's just the wrong way to handle this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Who was next?
Judy Ogala, and I'm just going down the list.
Okay, Judy.
Thank you, Denise. I just want to make a couple comments that we have to vote for salaries before the next election. That's always been the case since I've been on the county board, and we've asked Mary Tatro on that. That's just the way it goes. I would think that the reason why the county executive's change in that position is being discussed now is because of the fact that we know for sure there will be a different county executive. I think when somebody's in an office, you know, maybe it isn't appropriate to look at changing their salary, especially decreasing their salary, unless it would be a salary cut county across all positions, because we're in a financial situation. So I think that's the case. I also do know that, and this is my 3rd term on county board, so I realize there's some people who've been on a little longer than I have, but they have since retired from their jobs, so they're able to put more time into the county board, and I think they're really seeing that it does take quite a bit of time compared to when you were working, because you're only able to make the meetings and you weren't able to do other stuff, or you were not chairing a committee. So yes, chairing a committee takes time. If you're the vice chair and an active vice chair, which many are not, then you will also be putting in more time. But it isn't about it's about the public service, that we're doing. And I think that I agree with Jackie. I think we should have a very good conversation from maybe not starting in July, maybe even August, Jackie. It's kind of a slower month. But whatever time we decide to do it is a good idea to talk about it. And then there seems to be support for looking into what each different elected official's salary should be based upon various different things. So I think we should look at that because I think that everybody being paid the same salary is probably not the correct way, because responsibilities are much different. And why that happened, I don't know. I wasn't on the board when all the salaries, I don't think I was on the board when all the salaries were made one even salary range. I think that It is currently 11:26, and I think it'd be a great idea to have a roll call vote right now and get on with the rest of our agenda so that we are not sitting here until 2:30 in the afternoon. So I would like, Ms. Speaker, if you would like to do a roll call vote, that would be great. Thank you.
What I'm going to ask for right now is a 5-minute recess because, as you said, we have been sitting here 2 hours, and my coffee needs to get out.
Great idea, Denise.
Oh, if I can even make it to the washroom now.
Call my fizzle on.
Thank you all for allowing me to use the washroom. We are still on number 5, which is 20-172, setting the salary for the county executive. The motion on the floor, I'm assuming we are all back. The motion on the floor was to I'll have to look at my paperwork really quick. I believe it was to keep it the same.
If Jim Lucas could just clarify his
Put on the
motion.
amendment first.
His
Right.
amendment.
Okay, and the amendment, if you would tell me, the proposed amendment was, if we're back.
And I do know that Judy Ogala still does have her hand up, Madam Speaker, as does Julie Berkowitz. So I'm not sure if they
As do
still
I.
want to speak.
As do I.
As do
Oh,
you,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yeah.
Judy Ogala took her hand down, so just Julie Berkowitz and Mike Frizzlone.
Okay, well, let's do the hands first, and then we'll get a clarification on the amendment. Julie?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to mention, Mimi referred to my comment, and I believe that I indicated that when county board members run for election were aware of the salary. I intended on referring to county board members. Perhaps maybe I didn't, but I also did specifically state, though, that I felt our responsibility to the taxpayer is why I do support reducing the income for the county executive. So they were two different points. I can see where it was a little confusing, but thank you for allowing me to clarify that.
Thank you. Mike?
Yeah, a couple of points. Number one, to you, Jackie, we did not we did not have a vote on the pension for county board members, not because we didn't bring it forward, because that was the advice of the state's attorney's office at the time, so we didn't get ourselves in legal problems. So that was at the advice of the state's attorney's office. New people would have lost the pension anyway. It would have been only on the older members that had been on the board already. Secondly, to Sherry, to your point, why only the executive? I think Jim made that explanation. Maybe you didn't hear when he was talking, that the whole point was that's how this executive was set up and how the chairman before the executive was set up as a percentage or a multiplier of the board members' salaries. And third, Ken, when you talk about the numbers and stuff, you know, it's going to come under you and finance with the new budget to develop a budget that more than likely we're going to have to maybe let people go or tell people that they're not going to get increases next year because of the deficits we could have. That's why this is an appropriate time to bring it back to where Jim had said it kind of used to be as a multiplier. So I think, and if Jim could just make that clear, we just do the number of 3 times, which would be $69,000, and vote on the amendment for $69,000 salary. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mike. Yes.
Mr. Harris has his hand up.
Okay, and is that the last hand, and we can have a clarification? Mr. Harris?
Yes, that's to Mike's point. As a matter of fact, when we vote on increases and read our favorite increases, the budget will not budget for raises, as we discussed in the past. That's not what we're doing here. So if we appoint approve an increase for elected officials, it will be coming out their budget within their allocation. So it will fall upon them to figure it out.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Mooses, would you restate your amendment, please?
Well, first off, let me say that county-wide elected officials' salaries do not come out of their budget. It's not part of their budget. Their salaries come out of the county board general fund I believe under the county board, but it's not part of their budget because they don't control their own salaries. So let me say before I give a dollar amount, I threw out a number. And it's not that I'm looking necessarily to drastically reduce the county executive's compensation, even though this will be a new county executive. And I do think it's a valid point that it's probably a discussion we should have had earlier, and I probably should have brought it up earlier. but nevertheless, my intent here is that there should be a relationship between county board salaries and the county executive salary. The county executive replaced the county board chairman. I might also add chairman, and that's how we used to do it with the former chairman. And I think that's the way we set out with the county executive. How it wound up over years, and I was part of it. It increased over years. You know, I can't say that was the majority. That was the majority wish. I might also add, the county executive form of government, which was a concern of many when it was instituted, would be the cost of the executive form of government. And I would say that the executive's budget administrative staff, and that would be, you know, the exempt people, some of the department heads that weren't there prior, and some of the employees that were added over the years, you know, chief of staff, the deputy chief of staff, whatever we may have. I don't even know what they all are anymore. But I do know that the budget has been increased considerably. And that portion of the budget is probably $800,000-900,000, maybe even close to $1 million. So we have increased the managing staff or the executive staff considerably in the executive's office over the years. We've had 3 county executives, and all 3 county executives worked their jobs or worked their businesses. Chuck Adelman kept his auto repair business open, and he was there. Joe Mikan kept his insurance business going, and he was there working the insurance. And Executive Walsh continued to farm, even though he may have retired the last few years. I'm not sure, but my point is he continued to refarm. They've never been restricted to outside employment. So if you want to tell me they have 2 full-time jobs, okay, because I believe they work their private sector jobs the same as they always did. I'm getting a little off the subject now, but I'm not necessarily looking to say reduce the executive salary. I mean, I'm open to a different number. I will throw out the 3 times $69,000 plus $6,500 for the stipend, which makes it $75,500 in total compensation. But if somebody wants to throw out another number, you know, I'll listen. And like I say, if you made it 4 times, it would be $92,000, which is about what they make now, a little bit less. But anyway, so I will make the motion to make it $69,000 salary with a $6,500 stipend for liquor commissioner. But I'll make that motion, but I'm open to other numbers too.
Okay, so there's the motion by Mooses. Is there a second?
Second, Frizzalone.
Second by Frizzalone. More, are there hands up? If not, I'll have the clerk call the roll.
Let me just give one last check. Margaret Tyson has her hand up. Mike Frizzalone still has his hand up.
Mike's, I think, is down, right?
Yep. Sorry, just took it down.
Okay, Margaret?
Yes, my question is, shouldn't the county exec make more or the same as the county auditor, clerk report, the coroner, and the recorder of deeds? If they make $93,116,000, shouldn't the county exec make more, or at least the minimum, or the same? In most corporations, the executive makes more than the other people.
Yeah, that's true, and that's what we have had in the past, but this recommendation is to change that.
Sense.
Other questions?
No more hands, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so on the motion to set the county executive salary at $69 plus the $65 for the Liquor Commission, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Theory,
No.
Frizzalone,
Yes.
Newquist,
No.
Ogala,
Yes.
Cook,
No.
Mustis,
Yes.
Rice,
No.
Tyson,
No.
Harris, Ken Harris,
No.
Trainier,
No.
Fritz,
Yes.
Bueller,
No.
Gould,
No.
Van Dyne,
No.
Balich,
No.
Brooks,
No.
Parker,
Yes.
Ventura,
No.
Dollinger,
Yes.
Markham,
No.
Berkowitz, Julie Berkowitz,
I'm sorry, yes.
Cowan,
No.
Tumanello,
Yes.
Weigel,
Yes.
Krolitis,
Yes.
Winfrey.
No.
Yep. 10 affirmative, 16 negative.
Okay, the motion fails. On the original motion, setting the salary for the county executive, which is to stay at the current level.
Mary,
Yes.
No.
Newquist,
Yes.
Ogala,
Yes.
Cook,
Yes.
Mustis,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Harris,
No.
Trainier,
Yes.
Fritz,
Yes.
Mueller,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Van Dyne,
Yes.
Balich,
Yes. And in the previous vote, did I vote yes or no? Because I wanted to vote yes.
you voted no.
Well, I meant yes. I'm sorry.
Okay. Brooks,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Ventura,
Yes.
Dollinger,
Yes.
Markham,
Yes.
Berkowitz,
Yes.
Cowan,
Yes.
Tumanello,
Yes.
Weigel,
Yes.
Krolitis,
Yes.
Winfrey.
Yes.
24 affirmative, 2 negative.
Okay, so the salary has stayed. Motion carries. Mr. Ferry?
Thank you, Speaker Winfrey. All right, back to the agenda. Item 6, 20-173, setting the salary for the county recorder fees, and I so move.
Moved by Mr. Ferry,
Van Dyne, second.
second by Mr. Van Dyne. Question?
Ms. Wells.
We can't start.
Can't? All right.
I'm sorry. Who was previous role?
Brooke.
Brooks, okay.
Excuse me, Madam Speaker. It looks like Rachel Ventura has her hand up for discussion.
I actually wanted to clarify something that was said the last time. I was hoping to do it after the last vote. I'm happy to wait till after this vote, but then I would like to try to clarify something that happened in discussion on the previous vote on the executive when there's a chance. Thank you.
You have a question on the executive committee? On the executive position?
Yeah, I wanted Mary to clarify that Mike Frizzalone had said that the vote on the pensions going forward would not have affected new board members, but it does seem that other local governments that voted that it did, in fact, continue for those employees or those elected officials. So I wanted Mary to clarify that for the record.
You know, I don't recall exactly what the legislation was. They may have had a pension, but it may have been a reduced pension. I don't recall it anymore.
It did not make new elected members eligible. Did not.
Yeah. What might be easier now is if we can just publish that information for all the board members so that they understand what happened then.
Sure, I will look it up and I'll send it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're still on the recorder of deeds. Are there questions about the recorder of deeds? This is to stay the salary.
No hands, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is there a previous roll?
Yeah, Brooks. I did a previous roll.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brooks, and then
Parker, second.
Parker on the second. Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mike Frizzalone and Ken Harris.
Yes, I'll be a yes.
Okay.
And
No.
Ken Harris. Okay.
Okay. Any other opposed? Nope. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Speaker Winfrey. We're back to the agenda again. Item number 7, and this one's a little different. I'm going to make a motion at the end, but I'm going to ask to hold off on a second because we have public comments that are going to be read into the record that go right after the motion. So setting the 20-174, setting delayed due date for real estate taxes due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, and I so move.
Second, Frizzalone.
Second by Frizzalone. We'll hear the record now.
No, ma'am. If you want, take all your comments from your board members first, and then the public comments will be read in before the vote.
Thank you. So the comments. What hands do we have, Maura?
I see no hands at this time.
Okay.
Okay.
No hands.
See, Margaret, I see Margaret has her hand up. Margaret Tyson.
Is that for this one, Margaret, or from before?
From before, sorry.
Okay. Any others? Questions on this?
No hands.
No. Okay, then if we'll do the record, please.
Lana will read the public comments.
The first email we received is from Syed Hassan. What plans are there for relief of property taxes due to COVID-19? Are we planning to get relief from property tax payments due in June 2020? Please advise. Thank you. Syed Hassan, Will County resident. Greg Feigl, Will County Board. In light of the ongoing COVID-19 epidemic and the associated devastating losses to businesses, particularly small businesses nationwide, I would strongly request/urge the Will County, Illinois Board to forgive residents of their current annual taxes. Do you realize that Illinois residents pay the second highest property taxes of any state in the United States? If this cannot be achieved, at the very least, a payment extension should be immediately granted until businesses/incomes are restored. Greg Feigl. Karen Burns. I am a New Lenox resident and business owner. I would like other businesses we, like other businesses, have been closed since March 20th. We are a seasonal business, so our season was set to begin March 17th, but schools were already closed and spring sports photos were a no-go. All of our leagues were canceled, weddings, graduations, and galas all canceled, so we are sunk. There is no way we could possibly pay property taxes on June 1st. Also, I feel next year's taxes should be prorated for the weeks we weren't able to access libraries, parks, forest preserves, and schools. Thank you, Karen Burns. Kathy Poya, businesses are closed, people are not getting paid, yet you want us to pay our increased taxes on exactly the day they are due without any extension. Do you really think that all people have escrow accounts with their banks and their taxes are sitting around waiting to be paid? One is from Ray Burdick. I am inquiring as to why the Will County Board has not extended the time for paying our real estate taxes. Many of us are in a financial bind currently and could use the extension. I have found nothing regarding this except that the Will County Treasurer states that it has to be legislative. I would appreciate a response to my concern. Kim, Guziejka. I live in Will County and the first taxes are due soon. Checking to see if there are discounts from not working due to the COVID. Helena Lee, dear committee, we have concern on our property tax due to COVID-19. We don't go to work. Are there waiver on the first installment for Will County residents? And how about the second installment if we don't get back to work anytime soon? Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Helena Lee. That is all I have for this matter.
Thank you, Lana.
Madam Speaker, Board Member Ventura has her hand up at this time.
Thank you. Go ahead, Rachel.
Yeah, so as many of you know, I fought on the Financial Committee to make sure that we did have relief. I do believe that we should vote and pass the relief that we did to the Financial Committee that would remove penalties and interest. I did receive the state's attorney's interpretation of state statute, and I believe based on state statute 21-40, this is my non-legal opinion, that there is room here for waiving the penalties and interest, as other counties have done. I do believe that the judicial system should interpret that if a lawsuit was to come up. However, being in the minority on this relief, I do want some relief for our taxpayers. And so with that, if there is no other support to move forward with the vote as is in the committee, then I would be willing to vote for the delay on the 50% for each payment. That is for the state's attorney's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other hands?
Judy Ogala has her hand up, Madam Speaker.
Okay, Judy.
Thank you, Denise. Rachel, I agree with you, and I did hear residents in my district who are wanting to have tax relief. As we just heard everybody right now, it's a very hard situation for some residents. Others are able to make their payments as they were essential workers or have escrow. And I know not everyone has an escrow. I myself do not have an escrow. I do think it is appropriate that we go ahead and do the 4 installments. And personally myself, I mean, I wish we would not include the money we get for penalties and fines as part of the budget that we spend. I'd love to see it just go into a contingency fund to use to help any situation that would come up, you know, like we've had situations come up with our ERP system and we needed to hire and have different plans for the payroll process. So that costs us additional dollars. I don't like putting penalties and fines on the back of our taxpayers. On top of it, I don't find that it encourages them to comply. It's a nice way of saying, well, I'm going to fine you and you should be happy about it. I mean, it is still a negative to the resident. So I would I would support what, you had said, Rachel, and maybe that's something we look into going into the future budget as we go into next year's budget so that we can plan appropriately. This year we need to give the relief to the taxpayers as we can, and unfortunately, they need to all go to their school boards because that is the largest line item on their property tax bill, the school boards, and then possibly sometimes if you look at the high rate, fire districts also incur to your tax rate that's sometimes overlooked. Those are different things that taxpayers really need to get involved with. If you want a good government, you have to be involved. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other hands?
I do not believe so. I'm just Tyler Markham has his hand up.
Tyler?
Let me make sure. Okay, I'm unmuted. I think I heard that the legislator has the extension and homestead freeze going through the process right now. I don't know if anybody can speak to that, but that's what I had heard. So I was just curious if anybody else can confirm that.
That's not part of this resolution.
No, it's not. And I don't know the answer to your question either, Tyler. We may be able to get something later today, and if we get that information, we'll send that out to all board members.
And we had a resolution. We had a resolution to extend it anyway.
So on the resolution 20-174, are there other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion on this. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Rhonda Novak has her hand up.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to address Tyler's question. There is a piece of legislation that will allow automatic renewal of the senior freeze exemption, the disabled persons, and the disabled veterans. So they wouldn't have to file this year. But if that doesn't pass, as Mike Frizzalone said, on your agenda is my request to extend the due date for them to have to file should that legislation not pass.
Thank you, Rhonda. And that resolution is separate from the one that is currently before you. That comes a little bit later. So for this one, other questions or comments?
I do not see any other hands, Madam.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there a previous roll?
Previous roll, O'Gala.
Second, Frizzalone.
Okay. All in favor?
Joe Harris as a yes.
Pardon?
Harris as a yes.
I've got it. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Ferry.
Thank you. Item 8, 20-175, request for the governor to revise Region 7 of the Restore Illinois Health Regions map. And I'm looking for a motion to place that on the table.
You make the motion.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yes. So there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second, Frizzalone.
I'm sorry, Mike.
It's all right. I know it's getting long, Mark. I get it. Second, Frizzalone.
Yeah, that is the truth. Okay, so now we have a motion and a second. Questions?
There's a hand up by Judy O'Gala and also Jackie Trenier, also Mimi Cowan at this time.
Okay, so starting with Judy, Jackie, then Mimi.
Thank you, Denise. Well, I wanted to say something that about this for sure is that, as we've been hearing from our constituents and everybody on the situation here in Illinois with COVID and all over the globe for that matter, all of us began to think about what we could do for our areas to make things better for our constituents. And so Mike and I last week sat down, we talked, created a resolution that we felt was simple, direct, to the point, and could be supported by both caucuses because it simply stated
Judy's
that
talking.
that we wish to remove Will County from Region 7 of the Northeast Health Regions proposed by the governor. The governor did propose these regions. I know that he had to start from somewhere, and that was a great start. But I think when we looked at our numbers compared to those in Cook County and Chicago and the density of our communities, I think it was appropriate to write the resolution as it was written. And shortly thereafter, oh my gosh, somebody's dancing in the background, tap dancing, I think.
I think it might be Jackie. I don't know that you're on mute.
I'm not on mute, but there's no noise in my room. Zero. Zip zilch.
I don't know who it is, but tap dancing has ended. But, you know, it was something then, so we presented that last week at Executive Committee. I thank everyone for their vote to support holding a spot on the agenda for this week. The following day, one of the candidates for county executive went on WJOL and also supported the idea of moving us out of Region 7. Additionally, and you all have received a copy of the letter that Will County Governmental League put together supporting that exact request to put us out of Region 7, possibly in a region all of its own, and they went further. When Mike and I sat down and thought about what we knew what we thought our board would support, we figured that our support could be cohesive and do this as a bipartisan thing to say, yes, we all agree we should remove us from Region 7, and still, as Ray had put in his conversation with Sue Olenek, you know, make sure that our numbers are there, make sure the correct processes are in place to ensure that the safety of our residents, businesses, and such are in place. So that was the intent. It was done in a manner thinking that this would be something, like I said, that both parties could support. And I would like to see that. I would like to see us be unified on this and not continue to go down this path of let's split everything up and let's do this I'm not sure what the purpose is, to make the other side stronger. We realize you guys have votes, but it would be nice for this one resolution that somebody on that side understands that we did this with all goodwill and intention, and that you would support the resolution as proposed today. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. I believe, Jackie, you're next.
I'm going to hold my comments, although I will say, just for the record, the regions actually were created, I think, in 1970. They weren't something that the current governor or this administration had created. I think Department of Health, but I can't say for sure, but definitely 1970. Thank you.
Mimi?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to address Board Member Ogala's comments that she felt that both parties could support being removed from Region 7. I appreciate her opinion, however, and I will certainly allow my fellow caucus members to talk about what they've heard from constituents. But the constituents I've spoke to have largely supported the governor's plan, and even more importantly, believe that economists, public health experts, and medical professionals should be driving the plan. I know that none of my fellow board members fall into any of those categories, and I have been asked by my constituents to not insert my opinion on a public health matter when I don't have all of the data. For that reason, I am proposing an amendment to the resolution. And Madam Speaker, would you like me to read that amendment now? I'm sorry, Denise, I think you're muted.
Sorry, I didn't have it on mute. Sorry. That would be fine. It would probably be most helpful if people can hear the part that's different than the original proposition.
Okay. I guess it starts, well, it's almost every single part has been amended to a certain degree, Madam Winfrey. So I think I'm just going to have to read the whole thing. So I'm amending, to read, whereas Will County, a body politic and corporate, has been in continuous existence since 1836 and according to the 2010 census had a population of 677,560. And whereas Will County has been a center of industry, transportation, and economic activity integral to the economic vitality of our region, state, and nation for 200 years. Whereas the impact to local businesses of the COVID-19 pandemic has been disastrous, as it has been elsewhere in the state, nation, and world. And whereas the governor of the state of Illinois has assembled a group of the best epidemiologists, public health officials, medical professionals, data scientists, and economists to create a plan to manage this unprecedented moment in history. And whereas the governor's team has created the Restore Illinois plan in order to guide public health and business decisions. And whereas the Will County Board appreciates the knowledge and experience represented by the governor's team and their efforts to do what is best for the people of Illinois. And whereas the Will County Board understands that, regardless of where our region is along the timeline of opening as set forth by the Restore Illinois plan, our small businesses will continue to face severe economic challenges, including, but not limited to, implementing safety measures for employees and customers, providing personal protective equipment for employees, and attracting in-person customers. And whereas the Northeast region set forth by the Restore Illinois plan is made up of 7 counties, many of which have consistently seen varying degrees of lower positivity rates and lower rates of hospital capacity than Cook County. And whereas the Northeast region is poised to progress to phase 3, as outlined by the Restore Illinois plan at the end of May 2020, and that if the current trends continue, phase 4 will occur in rapid succession. And whereas, according to the Restore Illinois plan, the ability of any region to move to phase 5 is dictated by the availability of a vaccine, effective and widely available treatment, or the elimination of new cases over a sustained period of time through herd immunity or other factors which are not impacted by the inclusion of Will County in the Northeast region. And whereas the Will County Board wants to protect the health and safety of our residents and considers that inclusive of doing what we can to support our local business owners and economy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Will County Board hereby requests that the Illinois Governor and General Assembly take further steps to support locally owned and small businesses as they continue to struggle to remain solvent during the COVID-19 crisis. Be it further resolved that the Will County Board requests that, should the Northeast region not continue to progress as expected to phases 3 and 4, that the Illinois Governor, in consultation with the Illinois Department of Health and the impacted county health departments, consider the possibility and safety, both in terms of healthcare and economic activity, of creating an additional region in the Restore Illinois plan, which would consist of the counties of Lake, McHenry, Kane, DuPage, Kendall, Grundy, Kankakee, and Will. Be it further resolved that the county clerk send a certified copy of this resolution to the governor of the state of Illinois. And I would just like to say, I think in one of the whereas I said the plan is made up of 7 counties. I believe it's actually supposed to be 9.
This is Jackie. I'll second that amendment.
Thank you. So on the amendment then, we have a motion and a second. Discussion.
A lot of hands up. I'm just going to go from the top of my list down.
Go ahead.
Has her hand up first.
Who?
Gloria Dollinger.
Okay, Gloria.
Good afternoon now, I think we are at, Madam Speaker. Just for clarification, I do have a bachelor's in public health and health education. I'm also a dietitian, do have a lot of science background, and I have to say I am not at all in favor of the Restore Illinois plan, especially phase 5, where we are looking for a vaccine, which could maybe never happen. And I believe it is setting up false hope for people to think that our lives and our movement and how we live our lives is going to be based on a vaccine. I think I appreciate what the governmental league did. I believe we need to give a little more autonomy to our mayors. They work with the people, they work with the businesses. I do not believe the governor should have a say-so or all say or be all knowing of every part of our state. I think our mayors and our elected officials in their local governments know their constituents, know their businesses, and they should have a say over where the movement goes through these phases. And so I would not be at all in favor of this amended resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Who's next?
Jackie Trenier.
Jackie.
I do think our state has a handle on the big picture. I would hate to think that we would let individual mayors decide which businesses can open and how they can open, because I don't believe they have the staff or the knowledge to make those decisions. I know here in Bolingbrook, most of our staff is contractors. We had a company out mowing lawns on Monday. You wouldn't believe the divots in the grass, the mud they churned up in what was once a beautiful green space. So, you know, you've got contractors that are eager for money, that are running out there to do things. We're seeing all kinds of fake stuff with fake tests, fake masks. I mean, just people with their hands out. And I just don't feel comfortable letting individual mayors that do not have the healthcare background and experience that someone, say, like a Gloria Dollinger does, making those decisions. And I'm in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Next up,
Jim Mustis.
Jim.
Say in all my years on the county board, I've never seen an amendment quite like this. I mean, it's basically a different resolution. I would suggest if you don't like the resolution that came out of the executive committee, turn it down and present this. So I want to know exactly what you amended line by line on the other, because I don't see it. All I see is you replace the resolution. So first off, I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what
was amended.
What it is that you're amending. But anyway, and the other part the other thing I would say, pardon me?
Hang on.
I'd be happy to address that.
Hang on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Jim, finish.
And then I'd like to say this resolution is nothing more, or this amendment, in my opinion, is nothing more than affirming the state's position, including leaving us in a district that may not be reflective of our community. And those districts have, Jackie, you're right, those districts have existed for 50 years. But in this particular case, I think it is appropriate to say we need to get consideration to be removed from that. And I think that would be more in line with the governmental league. Now, Jackie, you obviously think that all local municipal leaders are not qualified for whatever, so I disagree with that. If you want to say they're not smart enough, they don't have the expertise, I would say to you, maybe you should spend more time with them. Most of them are pretty sharp, and most of them are pretty reasonable. Can't base it on just one or two. So I know you get the message what I'm saying about that. So anyways, I don't really understand the amendment.
Thank you. Next. Sorry. Go ahead.
I would not support something that this basically says we support what the state is currently doing, and that's exactly what this, in my opinion, that's what it says.
Thank you. Next up,
Julie Berkowitz.
Julie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to just say that in respect to the amended resolution, my concern with it and the reason why I don't support it is because of the lack of a specific timeline. This resolution leads to too much uncertainty for our residents and our local governments as to whether or not they're going to be able to survive the economic and the health issues that this crisis is creating. And there's not only the impact of the COVID virus, but there are the other medical issues that are a result from the focus on this virus. Recently, the DuPage County coroner reported an increase in opiate overdoses. This economic suffering that people are experiencing right now is leading to additional medical crises and casualties from these the mental anguish, the physical anguish. This is a very complicated situation we're in, and we can state the data. We can focus on the data, but here we're talking about regions that are over 50 years old. I know Naperville today is not what it was 50 years ago. In fact, nobody was here on the south side. Nobody but cows and farmers and open land. So to go back and insist to protect and address this situation based on that old data, I think is a mistake. So I support the resolution that is on the agenda, and I don't support the amended resolution. I have had many residents contact me with concerns that they need to get back to work. They need to open up their businesses. If they don't, they are not going to survive this. And many have stated that it's probably too late. So for that reason, I don't support the amendment that's brought forward. And I think we also need to acknowledge the only constituent that did contact me, it was through me email, that supported the amendment that Mimi brought forward. And I don't know if you're going to read that. I think we should acknowledge that. And I assume she had sent it to the entire board, but perhaps she hadn't. But it was an email. I'm looking for it right now. Beth, it was from, I'm looking through my email right now.
Okay.
But
Julie,
if
did you have a further comment?
No, that was just, my last comment was I didn't need to acknowledge that email that was sent as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and who's next?
Ken Harris.
Ken?
Sorry, I don't have a comment.
More?
Meta Mueller.
Meta?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to correct the record. A few times I've heard mention of the original amendment being voted through the executive committee. And what I want to clarify is that amendment and resolution was not written during that executive committee. What you voted for was a place to hold a resolution, not for this particular original resolution. So I just wanted to clarify the record. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next up?
Mike Frizzlon.
Mike?
Thank you. Well, I agree with Judy. We tried to make a resolution that basically just represented Will County and said we want out. We weren't trying to make a political statement. You know, I've enjoyed working on the county and on this board and working for the people of Will County, especially because this board has always been a role model for other counties and the state. You know, we developed building plans and built buildings without raising taxes. We balanced budgets. We decreased our tax rates several times and funded our pensions. Unfortunately, the state hasn't done any of those things. Now we're talking about following like sheep in this new resolution. Our businesses just aren't hurting. They're closing. You know, the governor yesterday threw everybody a bone and said we can now have outdoor seating. Well, let me tell you, maybe he's never been to Lockport or Homer or Crest Hill because he may have seen the North Shore, but that's not what's down here. We don't have cafes. If these people aren't allowed to open, they're going under. So I think it's time for action now. You know, we have a survival rate in Will County of 99.96% of our population and a survival rate of 99.2% of the tested positives in Will County. We really don't need a resolution praising the governor and making open-ended statements like will occur in rapid succession or continue to progress as expected. What does that mean? Those are just vagaries. We need to be in our own zone. The county, Cook County, and the city can move along the plan however they want. And after we do that, then we can go to the next resolution next month that says we don't believe in the Restore Illinois plan. As Gloria said earlier, if we're all going to wait until a vaccine happens, there won't be anything left in Illinois. Everyone has said it's going to take 12 to 18 months for a vaccine. If we're going to wait that long, then it's time that we all move out of this state because there will be nothing left. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
Mimi Cowan.
Mimi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To address Jim Moustis's question about what has been changed, one of the major changes that I've presented is a focus on supporting our small businesses because those businesses are going to be hurting no matter where we are along these phases. People are not going to run out and go to restaurants in droves, even if we open tomorrow. We need to find a way to increase our support of small businesses, and the resolution that was offered after executive vote did not include any focus on that. That's very important to me. It's very important to, I think, our whole area that we focus on support for small businesses. I'd also like to point the Republican members to the last resolved portion of the resolution that says that if things don't progress as they have been, that the regions be reconsidered, which seems to me is what my Republican colleagues want. They want the regions to be reconsidered. So I'm not sure how that qualifies as following like sheep. That is actually an acknowledgement that if we don't continue to progress, that we are asking the regions to be reconsidered as they want it. So that was our nod to trying to incorporate that side of the argument to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
Rachel Ventura.
Rachel.
Yeah, I want to make a point about the 50 years. You know, many people have mentioned that. Julie mentioned a lot has changed, and I agree. I think a lot has changed, including the train stations that take directly from many cities such as Naperville, Bolingbrook, Joliet, University Park, straight into Chicago and Cook County. And I do believe that that is why we need to be very prudent in what zones we're a part of. I am supporting our governor on this because my district is one of the highest districts that have been affected by COVID. And so people do commute here all the way from Indiana to these warehouses, from Chicago and all over. And so we need to be smart about this. And I think Mimi put it very well, open or closed. People who do not feel safe will not patronize the businesses, and then they will close because of that, or they'll fail because of that. So it is important that we have a clear plan on how to move forward so that people do feel safe and that they do go to the businesses and patronize them and get in order to help jumpstart our economy. So I would like to support our governor, the health professionals, and the economists who are helping create this plan. But to the point of this resolution, I was part of the holdout of why I did not want to vote for the initial resolution that was presented. And then Mimi did a good job, I think, of pointing out that if we are not going further into phase 3 or 4, that we at least consider having those particular people, the governor, the health professionals, and the economists, and maybe even our state legislative, look at these areas, including the collar counties, to divide that out. But I don't think that we should just rush forward and say, this plan is not working, because we haven't even given it a chance to work yet. And the thing that's most important is to make sure people do feel safe, that they understand that there is lower risk to their health and potentially dying, that they are willing to get out there and spend money in businesses again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Ray Tuminello.
Ray?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we need to just sit back and think about who we represent. And the constituents in Will County are hurting. And I think everybody in the room wants to have something that can kind of help them. I just want to make a couple points. The Will County Governmental League sent out something about being, Northeast region is unfair to our residents, devastating to the economy, and no one in here disagrees. It's harmful to the overall well-being of our residents. They should be evaluated as a county or at minimum part of one of the other regions in the state. I think at the county is the key level, because when you look at it at a county level, the county has control. We have our own health department. All the mayors can continue to feed information up to the health department. And I think any resolution needs to be individual county. And the reason I say that is because right now, Chicago, as we know, according to the Illinois Department of Health website as of this morning, showed 184,000, blah, blah, blah. Chicago had 21.09% positivity. I think that's why everyone's anxious to get, decouple. But I would caution everybody, because when you look at the resolutions, I want you to know that Lake County has 22.2%. Kane County is 21.7%. There's a lot of positivities that are above that 20% rate. So we need to be careful when we try to couple up. I think what I had mentioned a couple of weeks ago was we need to be individually treated on our own merits at the county, and I'd like to see that, because I don't want to be coupled with counties that are just going to continue to drag us down. Likewise, if we're way over 20%, we shouldn't be coupled and drag anybody else down. It's not fair to the residents of Chicago if they just get stuck in a region that all of a sudden they make the numbers, but really they have an issue going on within their borders. I think we need to be cognizant of that. I also like to see the 14-day versus the 28-day. The Center of Disease, the CDC recommends that, and I think that would be a better way to go versus putting 28 days. And I think we should just take everything on our own merits. I think we're proving right now that Will County has a strong system. We have plenty of PPE. We have plenty of hospital beds. Our ventilator capacities, great. Our current numbers as of the website for yesterday for Will County is right at, it's a good 20% under the 20% minimum. I think we're at 16%. I think it's very important. We put it as a county on our own. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next up.
Tim Kurtulaitis.
Tim.
Thank you. I just want to make reference to this amendment here. Although I do appreciate that Mimi did and show concern for, for the businesses and the struggles that are going on. I think what bothers me is when we talk about rushing towards something. I don't think if we were to pass the referendum, we're rushing towards anything. I mean, from the calls and the emails that I'm getting from my constituents here, we are way past it. We've taken too long. We need to address this situation. I don't think that we abdicate our responsibility to Springfield. And I think us as a county, us as a county board, and like Ray mentioned, we have a health department. I think that we have to look at this in the light of what our constituents want and need. There's a lot of suffering going on because of this, and we need to address it, not kick the can further down the road in hopes that something, some way, somehow is going to work out. Because in the meantime, all we do is extend more suffering and more economic loss. I can bet somebody made a statement that, if we opened the businesses, people would be too afraid to go, and they would probably end up closing anyhow, or at least it sounded something like that. I would bet to differ. So because of that, I won't be voting for this amendment, and I'll be voting for the initial resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Steve Balich.
Steve.
Yeah, I have a few things I want to talk about. Ray, I agree with you 100% what you said about standing alone. Mimi, you said about data. We follow the data. Well, the data is all convoluted. and it's never been right. It depends on where you look. And the bottom line is that just one case of the data showing is crazy, is that the number of cases that are listed all the time never say how many people were cured of it. How many, say there's 1,000 cases, how many people don't have it anymore? They got rid of it. Well, that's not included in the stuff. They want to make everything look bad. It's not right. And then how many people die of a heart attack, and it gets listed as a COVID death. That's another thing. So the deaths are even higher. And when you take in consideration all the data, even though they're exaggerating the number of cases and exaggerating the deaths compared to the population, it's a tiny fraction. And I know any fraction is a bad fraction because it's concerning death, but people die. How many people die of a heart attack every year? How many people die of cancer? And how many people aren't getting their cancer treatments anymore or their heart treatments anymore because they can't get into their doctor? I've been canceled for 3 months, 2 months now to see my lung doctor. So, what's going on? So I'm healthy, I think, kind of, but I still should be seeing this guy. But I can't get in because he's not able to accept patients, he says. Now, the next thing is going on is that Barack Obama, he was the sponsor of the, Mimi, this is the number so you can look it up right away, 20 ILCS 2305, Department of Public Health Act, Part 1. That's the act that we should be using. And if you go to Section C, if you follow it down, see, there it is. It says, in a nutshell, that if you want to close us down, Mr. Governor, you have to have written permission from us, written permission from any small business that they want to shut down based on this statute. And I know there's going to be a suit based on this in the next week or two because this is what they're supposed to do. And then it says if there's a pandemic and there's an immediate cause, and they list a bunch of stuff. It also goes on to say before they can close you down permanently, they have to give you, within 48 hours, you got to have written notice that you don't want it. They have to ask you. And nobody's asking anybody with this stuff. It's all wrong. So Barack Obama wrote this. So I would say that would be a Democrat that wrote this, and everyone's paying no attention at all to it. It's silly. And my lawsuit is asking for damages to all the businesses that are hurt by this. Not saying he's right, wrong, or anything. We're just saying you have to pay for it now. You want to close business down and destroy the lives of all these small businesses? Now you're going to have to pay the cost. It's absurd. Now, another thing that's happening is the state police issued a statement yesterday. They are not arresting people for violations of the guidelines. They talked to Kendall County is not enforcing the laws either. The guidelines are not laws. I don't know what the status of Will County is because I've never heard from our sheriff what it is, but I hope he'd make a statement sooner or later. I'm not picking on him, but I want to know if I have 15 people come to my house wearing a mask, are they going to get arrested? So this whole thing is crazy, and we should be independent on our own so that we can determine our own fate. We shouldn't be determining our fate based on somebody else. So, yeah, we have a lot of problems with nursing homes. Take those deaths out. How many people died? So let's get smart. Let's just do a resolution that we have the one that we got from the Republican caucus, that's the one we should use. And we need to all pay attention to the actual law. The health department law passed by, at that time, Senator Barack Obama. He was the key sponsor of it. So please, let's wake up.
Thank you, Steve. Next.
Annette Parker.
Go ahead, Annette.
Hi, and so I just wanted to say, if Will County does reopen by being removed from the region, everyone knows that unless people feel, all right, so I work with the local Chamber of Commerce. I've been working with local mayors of Will County chambers throughout Will County, small businesses, healthcare facilities, including the Will County Health Department. Businesses know that if people don't feel confident or comfortable coming to their establishment because of steps that they are taking, they realize that they're not going to make it. So everyone is coming up with plans to reopen, including mayors in all different cities. That includes outdoor tables, hand washing machines, sanitizers, temporary modifications to the businesses. So the plans are in place, but we just need to be removed from the region so Will County can begin getting back to normal. And these businesses need to reopen, and they need the support of everyone in Will County. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Next up.
Herb Brooks.
Herb.
Madam Speaker, district in Will County, there are no cookie cutting districts. I get this may not be the district.
Something's going wrong with your microphone, Herb.
Herb, turn your video off if you can.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, now try talking.
All right. Can you hear me?
Spotty.
And I'll just districts.
Herb, we can't hear you.
Put before by Mimi Cowan.
Herb, you're not coming through.
All right.
Herb, maybe you can fix yours and we can come back to you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, we didn't catch any of that, so we'll have to come back. Who is next after him?
There are several. I'm now going through the second list, and I just want to still. Did you want to make another comment, Judy?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear you. There was too much noise in the background.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So what I wanted to mention was that the original resolution that's attached to the agenda today was written in a fair manner, expecting that we wrote it in such a manner we felt that we were not even taking Will County out to try and make it more fair to everybody for the whole committee, the whole board. What Mimi had said some changes that she took to her caucus, and I was in support of that. It took the resolution that we put forward, put some more information on it, and I thought that was fair. Since we've had multiple changes to the resolution that Mimi proposed. But what I wanted to do is that, first off, I live very close to the Indiana border. My husband and I went there last weekend. We got haircuts and various different things. And believe me, there may be people who are scared and will be staying home and feeling uncomfortable. And I strongly encourage that if you do not feel safe in any situation, you should take precautions. You should never put yourself somewhere you don't feel safe. The residents of Indiana felt pretty safe going forward. They were out visiting the different shops, and some chose to wear masks while others did not. As a whole, Will County is made up of our unincorporated area, which is who we represent, and also the municipalities are all part of that because they all vote for us as well. So because of that, I would like to read into the record the letter that the Will County Governmental League wrote to Governor Pritzker. On May 15th, 2020, the Will County Governmental League sent a letter.
Judy,
yeah.
We're going to have, everybody has gotten a copy of that, and we're going to have reading into the record later. If you have something of your own that you need to say, let's hear that. Otherwise, we're going to move to the other hands.
Okay, are we going to read that letter later then?
That will be later, yes.
All right, Denise, then that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Next up.
Ken Harris still has his hand up?
Yes. I had my hand up earlier, but after listening to some of the comments, I said I'll make my statements now. But I just want to advise you of some of the numbers the way they are. Keep in mind, when we talk about Will County, we have operations here in Will County that's located on Route 53 called Stateville Correctional Center. They receive inmates on a regular basis normally from all the surrounding counties. The governor has an executive order not to have any transfers, which includes Cook County. So when we talk about the numbers, we got to be careful that some of them numbers are the way they are because of these executive orders. Not only do we receive inmates in from other counties, but once they're processed, they are shipped off to other counties throughout the state. So the numbers that you're seeing and you're manipulating, keep in mind, that's the impact Cook County is having on us. You know, the cases at the NRC, which is the Reception and Classification Center, they only had one case confirmed at the Reception and Classification Center. The Stateville Correctional Center, which is general population, they had 75 cases. So regardless if we open up now or ever or whenever, we're going to have to address that issue and be prepared for this increase. And also on Route 53, we have a place called Lewis University. Last September, they had 4,265 freshmen enrolled. And their current population is 82% of Illinois residents. I could not find a breakdown of how many that is by county, but that is a concern also. And we also have an athletic event center in Romeoville that also receive teams such as basketball and soccer that's from various parts of not only the surrounding counties, but other parts of the states and nation. So I just want to caution us to be careful when we look at the numbers that Will County does include operations like that. And I believe the mayors have sent the letter also. I don't know if anybody made a comparison as opposed to whichever resolution we go with, if that would conflict what they're doing. Like somebody stated earlier that they think the mayor should have a bigger say. I agree with that. They know better. But we need to look and see what they've done. They already done something. So I just want to make that clear about the numbers. Thanks.
Thank you. Ken, next up.
Madam Speaker, I have received comments from Member Brooks because
okay.
So if I may read them,
please.
For him. He just wanted to comment that there were 13 districts. They're not all the same. That his district supports Mimi Cowan's amendment, and then he wrote, "I want to run on to see what the end will be." Just reading word for word.
Okay. And the next one up?
Mike Frizzlone.
I just wanted to ask the question because Denise and Don, I know you're both on the Board of Health. And yesterday that I couldn't attend. I mean, what's feeling of the Board of Health and where we're at and what we should be moving toward at this point.
Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, you're a little garbled there, Mike, but I think I got it. The Board of Health yesterday, I brought up that there was a resolution brought through the Executive Committee last week to remove the county from Region 7, and the consensus, there was not a vote taken, but the consensus and the comments at the meeting disagreed with that. And they did not agree with that. Their approach was that they wanted Sue Olenek to continue to look at the metrics. And I think, Denise, am I correct?
That's true. She wanted more data, more look at the metrics. And Sue also said that if it proves out over time that we are continuing to improve, that the metrics are improving, that there is not a hazard, then they'd be willing to look at removing us. But as it stands right now, she does not feel that there is enough information for us to withdraw from the region.
So That's what happened yesterday, Mike, at the board meeting. I did express support for the resolution personally, but the board felt otherwise, so.
And I would just add that her opinion about us withdrawing is based on not so much her knowledge, although that's a part of it, but more on the epidemiologists and I forgot what the other scientists were, IDPH and some others. So that's where her position comes from. So hers is on the science.
Well, if she's in on this meeting, if Susan's present, Mike, you might want to ask her specifically.
And Sue, are you here? And she may have had to leave. I know there are a number of other calls also going on today. Anyone from the health department on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, Sue.
Okay. Sorry, I had a problem with my button. I have been on the call, and I have been listening to the discussion. Mr. Gould summed it up correctly. The board wasn't, I wouldn't say they were not interested with us approaching the governor, but they wanted me to take a look at, take my time taking a look at the metrics, see where we are, see where we're headed, and understanding that, Illinois Department of Public Health does fund us. They fund us to the tune of about $500,000. But, I still am willing, and they are supportive of me going to the governor and asking if, in fact, we can be removed from the region if we meet those metrics. Their response was, if the governor says okay, then that's great. If the governor says no, then it's no. But there's a couple of other things that are going on around this. Personally, I think the 28 days is a long time frame. I would like to see 14 days, and that would be something that I would request of the governor, either within that first request or maybe as an appeal. I think that one thing, I know you're all getting calls from your constituents. I get emails and calls as well, probably not nearly as many as you do. And I know that you need to listen to your constituents and you want to be there for them, but I would also encourage them to contact the governor's office as well. He's been receiving a lot of pushback from many angles regarding his plan. And as you saw yesterday, he relented a bit. And I again, my opinion, but I think that with further pressure, he may continue to relent in certain areas. Yesterday, the Joint Commission on Administrative Rules met in regards to a document that we just received yesterday, and that was the Emergency Executive Order number 30, which was supposed to be law enforcement protocol. So JCAR was meeting yesterday to take a look at the document and provide, start culminating some rules on it, and they just flat out told the governor that they don't support it. So he has withdrawn that executive order. He's made some changes. So I think, we still have to pay attention to the science, but, I do understand completely the economic impact and the mental health impact. And, we need to find the right balance. We just do. We need to find the right balance.
Thank you, Sue. The next hand.
Ken Harris, are you still looking to speak?
No, sorry.
Mike Frizzlon?
I think he just did. So the next one.
No more hands.
Okay. If there are no more questions or comments on this particular, this is on the amendment now. We have, I believe, a motion and a second on the amendment. So, all those in favor of this amendment? Or do we need a roll call?
Roll
I
call.
think roll call.
Call the roll, please.
Barry,
Yes.
Malone,
No.
Newquist,
Yes.
Ogala,
No.
Cook,
Yes.
Moustis,
No.
Rice,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Trainier,
Yes.
Trainier,
Yes.
Fritz,
No.
Okay, that's so weird.
Fuller,
Yeah.
yes, Gould,
No.
Van Dyne, Joe Van Dyne, did you hear him?
Yes.
Balich,
No.
Brooks,
Yes.
Parker,
Hurry, blah, blah, blah.
no. Ventura, yes. Ballinger, no. Markham,
Tyler had to log off early for a doctor's appointment.
okay. Berkowitz,
No.
Cowan,
Yes.
Tim Brophy, can you mute yourself, please?
Tumanello,
No.
Weigel,
No.
Curlitis, Tim Curlitis,
No.
Winfrey,
Yes.
Mhm. 13 affirmative, 12 negative.
The amendment passes. So then now, the vote for the motion as amended.
Madam Speaker, we do have comments to read into the record at this point.
Okay, go ahead with those, Beth.
The first email was from Jared Ploger. I am a Will County resident. Follow the executive order, stay the course, follow the recommendations. Nikki Serban, I want to strongly urge the Will County Board, specifically the Republicans who are pushing to reopen our communities and consequently kill residents, to respect the sanctity of life as they constantly claim to do. The U.S. has the highest death toll and infection numbers, and that seems like a good time to reopen with a question mark. The suggestion that we should reopen in light of a second pandemic targeting children is appalling and will not be forgotten come re-election time when the death toll is even more horrific. To put profits over people is irresponsible. While I can appreciate economic concerns, public safety must come first. Nikki Serban, Joliet resident. Cindy Mundell, dear board members, I personally support Governor Pritzker's plan to keep Illinois safe. The science and data support his policies. To assume that what happens in Cook County won't happen in neighboring counties is a flawed premise. Some of the cities that border the Will-Cook line have higher infection rates and higher mortality rates than Brooklyn, New York. This dangerous pandemic does not recognize county lines. The city of Frankfort has a small portion in Cook County. How will you contain the virus? If you open up Will County for visitors, will you guarantee those visitors are healthy? Cynthia Mundell. Next is from Laura Walsh. I'm writing to you regarding the issue of reopening Will County prior to the recommendations of the governor and state health officials. There are so many reasons this could be dangerous and ill-advised. While Cook County will remain closed, it is easy to assume that those residents will flock to the collar counties even though they are advised to stay home. It would be easy to say this will be highly beneficial to those businesses who will be most impacted financially. However, one must consider the high number of cases currently being seen in Cook County and realize the devastating impact it could have when crossing county lines. We only have to watch the news to see the increase in cases seen in other areas where places have reopened before it is appropriate. The next issue I would ask to be considered is how opening too early can affect the folks who work in many of the businesses we are so eager to return to. When we consider the vast majority of people who are employed in our restaurant industry, our retail businesses, etc., they tend to be female, lower income, and often working multiple jobs. This can mean less access to health care, child care, and other services others may take for granted. Will there be support for these people and their families should they become ill and do not have appropriate health care coverage? Will there be funding to help with child care now that schools are closed? What protections will the county be providing in these business settings? If the county is the one making the decision to reopen, then the county needs to step up and support those most vulnerable. If not, where does the onus fall if a fast food worker becomes ill? I would worry about the legal ramifications. Will the county be supporting the local healthcare community with the personnel and supplies needed to assist with the increase in cases? What about the healthcare workers themselves? Will they have the supplies needed to protect themselves and their families? I can tell you that my husband is a physician and medical director of a surgical center that is only now reopening slowly to elective cases. For the first 6 weeks of the stay-at-home order, he lived in our basement to protect us. He has had to reuse some PPE. Will you be providing this equipment to folks like him and frontline workers should a new outbreak occur? In summary, if the Will County Board makes the irresponsible decision to reopen Will County before recommendations from health officials and our state government and instead rely on monetary motivations, will the board also be willing to take the necessary actions to protect the citizens? If not, the board must be prepared should more illnesses and death occur and should be prepared for the outcry. I encourage the Will County Board to follow the appropriate scientific health recommendations in the state government. I would welcome any questions on the impact an early opening could have in our communities. Laura Walsh, President of the Illinois National Organization for Women. The next email came from a person who only gave initials JLQBEE. What is with the 4 regional maps the governor put out? What do the numbers in the region mean? Why is the clarification not on the map? What are the real numbers of deaths in Will County from the virus, not just having died from pre-existing conditions who also had the virus? We need to get this county open. We need to be relieved of some of these restrictions. We need to get people back to work. This email is from Kelly Hickey. Dear Will County Board members, thank you for your service to our communities. I am contacting you about a concern I have about asking the governor to remove our county from the Northeast region for the purposes of the Restore Illinois plan. Please do not ask to change our county's designation. We are in the midst of a pandemic which has taken over 4,000 lives in our state to date, with 230 of those in our county alone. This is a time to make decisions based on input from public health professionals, science, and the best interest of the corporal health of the communities. Partisan politics should have no place in this decision-making process. Sending a letter to remove our county from the Northeast region seems like an action steeped in political motivation rather than concern for the well-being of Will County residents. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Kelly Hickey. Next is Shantana Petrie. I am a resident of Will County, and she does give her address, which I will not read for the record. I have been informed that the board plans to request the governor to remove us out of the Northeast region that includes Chicago for opening due to the COVID-19. I disagree with this decision. We are part of the Chicago metropolitan area, and we should be part of this region. We commute and work in downtown Chicago, and I believe the governor is keeping us safe. Thank you for your consideration, Shantana Petrie. Katrina Hoffman, Dear County Board, I and my family of 4 are strongly against a move asking to resume normal business operations earlier than what the governor and the Illinois Department of Public Health have determined to be a safe date for our communities. Best regards, Katrina Hoffman. The next email is from Dan Cole. Dear Sirs, Madam, today JACR will be deciding on the proposed rule to amend Title 77, Part 69, Subpart A, Section 690.40, giving the IDPH authority to restrict only select businesses from operating and to charge them with a Class A misdemeanor. See highlighted yellow in the attached register. I voiced my strong opposition to this rule to all members of JACR for the reasons listed below. In discovering the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan, there seems to be a legal path forward for Will County to open all businesses at will. Business closures and self-quarantine have legally been voluntary since the IDPA has not ordered any single person, business, or church to close or quarantine by due process. See especially Section 4.0, Restriction of Movement or Activities to Control Disease Spread in the attached pandemic plan. Governor Pritzker has absurd his authority in an unlawful executive order and continues to do so. He understands that there is no legal enforcement of this order and is therefore now seeking to amend the rule to give teeth to his order. Please fight against this. The Illinois Association of Sheriffs do not support enforcement of this order. Please support the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan and partner with the Will County Health Department to allow all businesses to open and for self-quarantine to cease without fear of police force. Let the health department follow due process when closing any business or quarantining any person. My reasons for rejecting the proposed rule amendments are, number 1, the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan has already established that quarantine is not effective in controlling multiple influenza outbreaks in a large native populations because the disease spreads too rapidly to identify and to control chains of transmission. 2, the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan has already established that even if quarantine were somewhat effective in controlling influenza in large populations, it would not be feasible to implement and enforce with available resources and would damage the economy by reducing the workforce. 3, the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan has acknowledged the limited use of quarantine in special circumstances only where an isolated group can be identified. Example, passengers and crew members, treatment wards. Number 4, the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan deems the method of quarantine has a low probability in slowing the spread of influenza and diminishes over time as the influenza pandemic spreads. The pandemic already has spread throughout the regions of the United States. Quarantine is not effective as a measure to continue. Number 5, the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan already declares IDPH to have supreme authority in matters of quarantine and may declare and enforce quarantine when none exists, and may modify or relax quarantine when it has been established. And this is based on 20 ILCS 2305/2. IDPH can issue immediate orders without prior consent or court order for isolation, quarantine, and closure of facilities when necessary to protect the public from a dangerously contagious or infectious disease. Within 48 hours, IDPH must gain consent of the person or owner of the place or request a court order. Number 6. No person may be ordered to be quarantined or isolated, and no place may be ordered to be closed and made off limits to the public. However, except with the consent of the person or the owner of the place or upon the order of a court of competent jurisdiction, 20 ILCS 2305/2C. In order to obtain a court order, IDPH must prove by clear and convincing evidence that the public's health and welfare are significantly endangered and all other reasonable means of correcting the problem have been exhausted and no less restrictive alternative exists, 20 ILCS 2305/2C. Subpart H of the Control of Communicable Disease Code outlines the procedures for ordering and implementing of public health measures, including but not limited to isolation, quarantine, and closure. IDPH has explicitly delegated its authority to order isolation, quarantine, and closure to certified local health departments. 7, the proposed rule, section 690.40, oversteps the constitutional right of due process and in defiance of the Illinois Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan, gives the Department of Health fiat authority to at-will close and limit business operations without due process, consent of owner, without a court order to prove with clear substantial evidence and proof that such businesses are threatening public health. 8, therefore, the proposed rule, section 690.40, arbitrarily selects and marks out only certain businesses while permitting others to fully operate, and that such businesses relate to the well-being of citizens, namely socializing, wellness activities, and body care. Such proposed rules have the effectiveness in the demoralization of communities. 9, therefore, the proposed rule, section 690.40, unconstitutionally and illegally threatens targets select citizens with penalties of a Class A misdemeanor for operating lawful businesses. 10, the proposed rule, section 690.40, will unnecessarily severely damage the economy and ruin the livelihood of the citizenry, which is their inalienable right to life, including the right to make a living for oneself, liberty to run their business as other businesses are allowed without fear of penalty, and the pursuit of happiness, activities that result in the well-being of individuals. Daniel P. Cole. I would like to point out that Mr. Cole also attached a 176-page document entitled Pandemic Influenza Preparedness and Response Plan version 5.0, dated May of 2014 from the State of Illinois Department of Public Health, and also a 10-page document from the Illinois Register, Department of Public Health Notice of Emergency Amendment. And those are for review here in the office. And lastly, I do have the letter from the Will County Governmental League. It was addressed to Governor J.B. Pritzker. Governor Pritzker, on behalf of the 33 members of the Will County Governmental League, we would like to provide several comments and recommendations on the Restore Illinois plan. Like you, nothing is more important to us than the safety and overall well-being of our residents. Based on our review of the Restore Illinois plan, we believe we can provide the safety our residents demand while also reopening many of our businesses sooner than other parts of the Northeast region. Will County communities are very different in terms of both population size and density to those in other parts of the Northeast region. For some perspective, 2/3 of WCGL communities have under 25,000 residents, and all but 5 are smaller than a single ward within the city of Chicago. To equate these communities to others in the Northeast region is unfair to our residents, devastating to our economy, and harmful to the overall well-being of our residents. WCGL communities should be evaluated as a county or at a minimum as a part of one of the other regions of the state that more closely aligns with our population and density. It's also worth noting that the EMS zones used in the Restore Illinois plan were established in the early 1970s and do not reflect today's distribution of healthcare resources across the region. Businesses in our communities are also very different from those in more densely populated areas. The size of our communities allow us as mayors to know our business owners, to understand their needs, and to be able to work with them to implement safe business practices to reopen. Many of the businesses in our communities see less patrons in a day than some essential big box retailers see in an hour. Subsequently, these businesses can implement proper social distancing precautions and move to phase 3 or 4 of the Restore Illinois plan sooner. Our members are concerned, and we know you are as well, about the most vulnerable populations of our community. We believe we should all work further to protect our senior communities, congregate living facilities, and other populations that have been shown to be more at risk from the virus. We must also be committed to ensuring the safety of our frontline folks, such as healthcare workers, first responders, and others in the industry. We are committed to working alongside the state of Illinois and the Will County Health Department to focus resources where they are most needed. This will allow us to protect the most vulnerable citizens while opening up opportunities for the larger population. Finally, it is our opinion that the 28-day evaluation period should be shortened to 14 days in accordance with guidance from the CDC. This will allow regions to progress as quickly as possible and in a safe manner. Any delay in reopening will only add to an already dire situation for many of our residents and businesses. Thank you for taking the time to consider these recommendations. We appreciate that this is an unprecedented situation with no handbook to follow. Working together, however, we believe that we can provide our communities with both safe environments and economic opportunities. This letter is signed by the mayors of the Village of Beecher, Village of Bolingbrook, Village of Shanahan, Village of Coal City, Village of Elwood, Village of Frankfort, Village of Homer Glen, City of Joliet, Village of Lamont, City of Lockport, Village of Manhattan, Village of Minooka, Village of Mokina, Village of Monee, Village of New Lenox, Village of Orland Park, Village of Oswego, Village of Peatone, Village of Plainfield, Village of Romeoville, Village of Shorewood, Village of Simerton, City of Wilmington, and Village of Woodridge. And that is it.
Thank you, Lana. I believe, I may have lost track in here, but I believe where we are is that we have already voted on this, the motion and the amendment.
Correct. We need a motion to approve as amended.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Mike Fritzwang has a comment.
Okay. Mike?
Yeah, after all those comments, I don't see how any of the Democrats, I won't be voting for it. And as to the sanctity of life, you can get an abortion as it is an essential service right now, just so you know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are voting now on the motion as amended. Is that true? Is that where we are?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So do we need a roll call?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
Ferry,
Yes.
Newquist,
Yes.
Ogalla, Ogalla,
Sorry, I forgot to unmute. Sorry, Lauren.
that's okay.
No.
Thank you. Amanda Cook,
Yes.
Mustis,
No.
Beth Rice,
Yes.
Margaret Tyson,
Yes.
Ken Harris,
Yes.
Trainier,
Yes.
Fritz,
No.
Mueller,
Yes.
Gould,
No.
Van Dyne,
Yes.
Balich,
This motion puts us in opposition to the existing law that ILCCS 20 that was talked about. So I am definitely a no, but just so everybody knows, you're going contrary to a law that was passed a long time ago by Senator Barack Obama.
Brooks,
Having said that, I'm a yes.
Parker,
No.
Ventura, yes. Dollinger,
No.
Markham, oh, sorry, not here. Berkowitz,
No.
Cowan,
Yes.
Tuminello,
No.
Weigel,
No.
Curlitis,
No.
Winfrey,
Yes.
Thirteen affirmative, 12 negative.
Thank you. The motion passes. Mr. Ferry?
Thank you. Item number 9 is 20-176, extending the March 16th, 2020 proclamation of disaster in the county of Will through June 30th, 2020. And I so move.
Motion by Mr. Ferry,
Second by Mueller.
second by Mueller. Are there questions?
Mike Frizzlone has his hand up. I don't know if that's new.
Is it Mike, a comment on this?
Nope, just took my hand down.
Okay. Anyone else, question or comment on this? No? Okay. No? Okay. We just had a roll call. Okay, so we okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
We need to do another roll call.
We need another roll call? Okay.
Ferry,
Yes.
Frizzlone,
Yes.
Newquist,
Yes.
Ogalla,
Yes.
Cook,
Yes.
Mustis,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Trainier,
Yes.
Fritz, Mueller,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Van Dyne,
Yes.
Balich,
No.
Brooks,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Ventura,
Yes.
Dollinger,
Yes.
Berkowitz,
Yes.
Cowan,
Yes.
Tuminello,
Yes.
Weigel,
Yes.
Curlitis,
Yes.
Yes.
24 affirmative, 1 negative.
The motion passes. Mr. Ferry?
Thank you. Item 10 is Resolution 20-177, design capacity of the Prairie View RNG plant. And I so move.
Excuse me, Madam
Moved by
Speaker,
Mr. Ferry.
I would just ask, we've had some requests for the agenda on the
Agenda to
PowerPoint.
move,
We
right.
forward.
Second by Frizzalone.
Second by Frizzalone. There it is. Okay.
Roll, Fritz.
Seconded
Previous roll for
Mueller.
Fritz, second by
Mueller.
Mueller. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Steve Balich, do you want to be
Yes,
or no on this?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, number 11, as we move forward, 20-178, authorizing the purchase of the building and land located at 1300 Copperfield Avenue in Joliet. I so move.
Brooks.
Moved by Mr. Ferry, second by Mr. Brooks. Questions?
Previous roll call, Gould.
I'll second that, Van Dyne.
Okay, previous roll Gould, second Van Dyne. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Denise, I'll be a no.
And who was that?
I'm sorry. You
Judy?
don't have eyes. Judy O'Gala, thank you.
Judy, okay. Thank you. Okay. Any others? Okay, the motion passes.
Next is item 12, 20-179, authorizing a contract with Melcor Roofing of Illinois for roofing installation at the Community Health Center. And I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second Mueller.
second by Mueller.
Previous row Ventura.
Previous Ventura,
Second, Trinier.
second Trinier. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed?
Denise, I'll be a yes. I'll be a yes now, Denise. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judy.
O'Gala.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Item 13 is 20-180, awarding for X-ray machine at the Community Health Center, and I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second Newquist.
second by Newquist.
Previous roll Mueller.
Previous by Mueller,
And Harris.
second by Harris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item 14 is 20-181, authorizing an IGA with Bolingbrook Park District for electronics recycling, and I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second by Wright.
Second by Trinier.
second Trinier,
Previous roll, Harris.
previous from Harris,
Second Ventura.
second Ventura. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries.
Item 15, 20-182, authorizing an agreement with Fortum Partners as project manager for payroll system. And I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second by Mueller.
second by Mueller. Are there questions?
Yep. Previous roll, Frizzalone.
Previous Frizzalone,
Second, Harris.
second by Harris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Item 16 is Resolution 20-183, creating a new special fund 211 for CARES Act funding, and I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second,
Second
Ventura.
Harris.
second Ventura. Are there questions?
Van Dyne, previous roll.
Second.
Previous row, Van Dyne, second by
Harris.
Brooks. Second.
Chenier. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries.
20-184, proposing a substantial amendment to the 5-year consolidated plan, 2015 to 2019, and the 2019 annual action plan for CARES Act, CDBG, and ESG funds. And I so move.
Second, Frizzalone.
Moved by Ferry, second by Frizzalone. Questions?
Previous roll for
Second, Brooks.
Previous row for Fritz, second by, I'm sorry. Who is that?
Second, Brooks.
Brooks. Okay. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, the motion carries.
Next is 20-185, setting extension due date for serious disabled persons and disabled veterans exemption renewal application due to COVID-19 public health emergency, and I so move.
second Berkowitz.
Moved by Ferry, second by Berkowitz.
Previous roll, Mueller.
Previous Mueller.
Second Trenier.
Second Trenier. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
20-186, item number 19, recommends the approval of the Rock Run Crossings project area and TIF district for the city of Joliet.
Moved by Ferry,
Second by Tyson.
second by Tyson.
We have
Question-
discussion, please.
Questions?
Yes, Don Gould.
Don?
Thank you, Speaker Winfrey. I know we've all been here a long time. I'll try to summarize my comments. TIF districts began as a way to redevelop areas that were blighted, and I guess the best examples are the 100-year-old steel mill or the brownfield industrial sites that were very much in need of an economic boost. And those of you who are from the Joliet area will know this property very well. About 260 acres, adjacent to I-55 on the west, Hobolt Road on the east, very near Joliet Junior College. Now, this resolution, if you agree with it, says that we find that this meets the definition of a blighted area, and I would respectfully suggest that this 260 acres in that location is not a blighted area. Originally, there was talk of a planned shopping mall in this area, but we all know what's happened to retail. Now it's proposed as a mixed-use development, including residential. I might point out that the Will County Board has never subsidized residential development. I don't think this is a blighted area, and I don't think that this is a location which is deserving of a TIF district. I might point out also that this is also the maximum 23 years for a TIF district, which means that our local districts, taxing districts, school districts, park districts, the county, we won't receive anything. We'll get the same amount that we receive now. And if you take this entire area, this only produces currently $15,000 in taxes for all the taxing districts combined. And, to go 23 years with this for a major development in a location alongside of an interstate, I don't think that is the best use of our tax dollars. And I really think it transcends politics, Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, whatever you happen to be. If you want to support your local education, if you want to support local park districts, support county services, everybody has to pay their fair share. And, you take a look at this, like today, we've spent hours talking about small businesses struggling and residents. If if we give here a 23-year tax break on this property, what kind of message does that send to the small business owners and the residents who are going to pick up the slack for 23 years and have to fund things? So, in my opinion, I don't think this is the proper location. I think that we should oppose this as a county. It won't affect the TIF district going forward, but I think we as a county and our small portion would send a message that we don't think that this is proper. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Any other comments?
Nick Palmer.
Nick?
Good afternoon, I guess. I feel obligated to comment because the executive's office is bringing this forward. We didn't discuss this really at committee at any length, but there was a PowerPoint attached that the city of Joliet had a consultant prepare. There was a study, and without going into all the details, there is an entire process for these to come forward. TIFs are used by municipalities to spur development, both in quote-unquote blighted areas, but sometimes in conservation areas. And just without getting into the weeds, I will say this has had multiple attempts to develop this property. To say that this isn't needed there's a counter argument to that. There's a lot of challenges for infrastructure which are tied to this off of 55. And there was an environmental issue around the Joliet Junior College campus, which I've been told has been addressed to some level of satisfaction. It may not be perfect for those who were originally opposed, but it dealt with that issue. But the belief and the proponents of this argue that this TIF will allow this property to be developed. And I know there's been talk about truck traffic and other traffic, but this, for everyone's, if they don't know, this is at 55 and 80. If we're not going to develop at 55 and 80, then I'm not sure where we can develop major projects like this, because there is infrastructure improvements going in to make this work, unlike some of the other big projects in this county. And there's a whole process to this. But Don Gould is correct. The county can oppose this. That doesn't stop this from moving forward. They had a joint advisory committee. Our treasurer participated in that. But there is a public hearing scheduled in June. There was, and I think it's still on schedule. And then the city of Joliet will vote on this in June as originally scheduled. So if there's questions, I can try to answer. But this is an economic development tool that municipalities have used. Some have not been as favorable as others, but this development, there is an argument for it, and we didn't get a chance to really talk about that in committee, but anyway, just wanted to give a little more history behind this.
Thank you. Are there other questions?
There are quite a few hands still raised.
Okay.
Rachel Ventura is next.
Okay,
Yeah,
Rachel.
I agree 100% with Don on this, that I do not think that this is an appropriate. To Nick's point, this is a highly desired area. In the past, it hasn't gone into development because of the limitations of getting on and off the freeway there at 59, 55, and 80. But since our tax dollars are going into this from a state level to fix some of those crossing areas, I think going forward, this will be a highly developed area. And trust me, if you asked any warehouse if they wanted to come here and get a TIF district, I'm sure they would jump on it in a heartbeat, which is the last thing anyone in this county, I think, wants to see at this point. But I will be voting no on this. I am encouraging everybody else to vote no. I will also be writing a letter to the city of Joliet asking them to vote no. I don't think it will do much at the city level, but at this level, I do think that we have an obligation to make sure that an area like this, which clearly is not blighted, which is highly desired property that could be developed for some business, that we do not cut ourselves short on the tax dollars here. Thank you.
Next.
Joe Van Dyne.
Joe.
Thank you. I would just like to say thank you very much, Mr. Gould. Great statement, and I tend to agree with you as a fellow county board member in District 6. So thank you, and I will be a no as well.
Thank you. Next.
Judy Ogala.
Judy.
Thank you. Thank you. What I wanted to say is, we just got done talking about the resolution to allow our residents to do 4 installments for taxes. And Will County is a county that is the next county beyond all the other county, Cook County, and many of the other collar counties that is not fully developed. We have 40% of our land still in farmland. That means it is a very sought-after location to develop many different things. And our constituents have the high burden of the school districts tax on them. And that's what makes their property tax bill very high. And if we continue to allow TIF districts to be built, something that, right, there's $15,000 in taxes paid now. With the development, there would be quite a bit of taxes that could come forward to the school districts that could give those residents in that school district some more relief than we could ever offer by just alleviating penalties and fees and allowing additional installments. So I'm a no vote because of that.
Thank you. Next.
Julie Berkowitz.
Julie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would encourage my fellow board members to respect our taxpayers. This is a slap in the face to them. This is a prime location. It's prime real estate. This is not a blighted area. We really need to focus on the definition of a TIF. I think it's used too loosely. We've had this conversation before previously in respect to other projects, and we also discussed the impact on our roads. This development will also impact our roads. And if we implement a TIF, that's going to create even more of a burden on the backs of our taxpayers and our residents. Our first responsibility are to them and not to the developers. So I will not be supporting this TIF district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
I believe, unless Nick, your hand is still up, do you have another comment?
I hear the sentiment, and it sounds like this is not going to get approved, which is your prerogative, but I just want to clarify, too. This is a tax on property taxes. Sales tax revenue and other taxes that are collected do come to the county, which we rely on. And everyone says this is not a blighted area, but there's been an attempt to develop this for years during good economic times, and it's not getting any better. So we can disagree on the definition of blighted or what you would maybe think blighted is, but by the TIF, people who are the experts and review these, it is eligible under the blighted and the conservation and an area that's decreasing in EAV. But I'm not here to argue the point. That's for somebody else. I'm just presenting it to you. If you want to vote it down, that's fine. It's probably going to go forward, though, because there's a lot of effort been put in to develop this area because it's along 2 major highways, and it will create economic development, which are jobs and other taxes.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. It sounds like we may need a roll call vote.
Denise, Don, I thought Don had his hand up.
No, let's go ahead and vote. Thanks, Maura.
Thank you, Don. Roll call, please.
Ferry?
Yes.
Frizzalone?
No.
Newquist?
Yes.
Ogalla?
No.
Cook? No. Moustis?
No.
Rice?
No.
Tyson?
Yes.
Harris?
Yes.
Trainier?
No.
Fritz?
No.
Mueller?
No.
Gould?
No.
Van Dyne?
No.
Balich?
No.
Brooke?
No.
Parker,
No.
Ventura,
No.
Dollinger,
Yes.
Markham, oh, shoot, sorry. Berkowitz,
No.
Cowan,
Yes.
Tuminello,
No.
Tuminello.
No. No. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Weigel,
No.
Curlitis,
No.
Winfrey.
Yes.
Yep. 7 affirmative, 18 negative.
I'm sorry, it was 18 negative?
7 affirmative, 18 negative.
Thank you. The motion fails.
Next is item number 20-187, replacement hires for the 9/11 Department telecommunicators. And I so move.
Moved by Perry,
Second, Mueller.
second by Mueller.
Do we need a new roll call?
Roll call.
Ferry,
Yes.
Frizzalone,
Yes.
Newquist,
Yes.
Ogala,
Yes.
Cook,
Yes.
Mustis, Rice,
Yes.
Beth Rice,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Trainier, Fritz,
Yes.
Mueller,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Van Dyne,
Yes.
Balich,
No.
no,
No, I'm sorry, I meant yes.
okay.
My brain is getting tired.
Brooks,
No, but I meant yes. Yes.
oh. Parker,
Yes.
Ventura,
Yes.
Dollinger,
Yes.
Berkowitz, Julie Berkowitz,
Yes.
Cowan,
Yes.
Tuminello.
Maybe. Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Weigel,
Yes.
Curlitis,
Yes.
Yes.
23 affirmative.
The motion passes.
Next item is item 21, resolution number 20-188, replacement hire for the 9/11 shift supervisor. And I so move.
Second, Brooks.
Motion by Ferry, second by Brooks.
Previous roll, Mueller.
Previous roll, Ventura. Second.
Previous Mueller, second Ventura. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries.
Number 22, 2029, replacement hires for Sunny Hill Nursing Home. And I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second, Frizzalone.
second by Frizzalone.
Previous roll, Ventura.
Previous Ventura,
Van Dyne,
Brooks.
second that.
second by Brooks. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion
Aye.
carries.
Item 23, 20-190, ratifying emergency procurement services at Sunny Hill Nursing Home due to the COVID-19 pandemic. And I so move.
Moved by Ferry,
Second, Frizzalone.
Second by Frizzalone. Is there a previous?
Van Dyne, previous roll.
Previous roll by Van Dyne.
Second, Ventura.
Second Ventura. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is number 24, is 20-191, and this isn't necessary to be on the agenda at this point, I was advised. So I'm looking for a motion to remove it from the agenda.
Well, the motion is by Ferry.
Yeah, okay.
Second, Brooks.
Second by Brooks.
Previous roll, Frizzalone.
Previous by Frizzalone.
Second, Mueller.
Second by Mueller. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion, the item is removed.
Okay, thank you. Next executive committee meeting is scheduled for 2020 at 10 a.m. Next, I'll entertain a motion to accept the appointments to boards and commissioners by the county executive, and I so move.
Motion by Ferry.
Second, Mueller.
Second by Mueller.
We have,
Denise, I'd like to make comment, O'Gala.
I also would like to. Rachel,
Okay, so go
hands
Judy and then Rachel.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment at the full county board meeting based upon the same comment that I made at our executive committee meeting regarding the appointments that we put forward for, what the Will County executive puts forward for these local boards and commissions. This is related to the appointment last month for the Rockdale Fire District, and the fact that people looked and made phone calls and did conversations, and it was determined that the reason why it was removed is because Rocky Osick made comments before the board regarding the First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, where he spoke in favor of the Second Amendment right to bear arms, and also the fact that he is a pro-life person. I think that we need to realize that everybody in Will County is unique and different. Every community is unique and different, and that we have to allow that uniqueness to be on our different boards. And I think that it is wrong, not right, and unfair to not appoint somebody because of the fact that they chose to express their freedom of speech, and for us to remove them because of that reason. That is wrong. I hope we never see that again on this board. I am totally not in favor of abortion yet. I will support somebody to be on a library board, say, who happens to be pro-choice. That is their right to be on boards and commissions throughout all of Will County. So I hope that we keep that in mind as we make the decision on approving people to be on boards and commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Rachel?
Yes, I'm hoping to make a motion, but before I do, I would like to ask the Executive Chief of Staff to answer a question. This question pertains to if we were to delay the health board appointments 1 month, would it hinder the ability for them to do their jobs, or is there a time sensitivity to this specific appointment?
The 3 appointments that are currently on your agenda for the Board of Health are all current members, so they will continue to serve till either, they resign or are replaced, but they're seeking reappointment, so they're going to stay on the board regardless today. If we approve it today or next month, they're still on the board, so they will continue to serve.
Okay, thank you. So in light of the COVID crisis, I feel a conversation about the direction of our health department and the role the health board plays in that is warranted to making sure that we are meeting the needs of our public health. Therefore, I'd like to motion to table this appointment until next month, or appointments until next month, in order to give the necessary time to have those conversations. I want to point point out that this is not against any one member. I think that this is a bigger conversation to be had. I'm happy to have that either at the Public Health Committee or caucus or the executive. But I do think that I personally feel I need more time to review what our policy has been in the light of a pandemic, and I'm just asking that everyone on this board consider having that conversation before we make appointments. Thank you.
I will second that motion. This is right.
Madam Speaker, we have a lot of hands up.
I would expect. I hear the second by Beth. So now we're at discussion firsthand.
Gretchen Fritz.
Gretchen.
Oh, my hand is up for comments by county board members, so I'll wait.
Okay. Jim Moose.
Okay. Next up.
Yeah, I agree with Rachel. I believe we should sit back and talk about these appointments a little bit more. Quite honestly, I've been a little disappointed in how the health board has communicated with the county board or with the county. At least I know they communicate somewhat through Sue, but I haven't necessarily understood their positions during this corona epidemic. So I do think we should sit back and maybe take another look. It has nothing to do with the people that are up, but I would agree with Rachel. We should maybe table this and have some discussion. And they continue to serve until they're replaced, so there's no harm done.
Thank you. Next up.
Jackie Trenier.
Jackie.
I don't see her having any volume at all. Oh, Jackie? Maybe we can come back to her.
Jackie, you're up. She can't get on. Okay, who's next after her?
Judy Ogala.
Judy?
I'm sorry, I forgot to take my hand down. Lo siento.
They're falling apart, Madam Speaker. Ken Harris.
Thank you. Ken?
Yes, this is kind of towards Judy's comment. I mean, at the executive meeting, like you said, you made the statement, but to me, I don't think we should be singling out a board member for a procedure that we follow. The appointment process is a law that the county executive has to bring forward appointments for the board advice and consent. So if an individual board member decides they want to give their advice and consent prior to a board meeting, that's perfectly within their duties. For us to call them out and think that they did it for one particular reason, that's not fair to him for doing his job. I mean, we can opinionate all we want that this what happened. We do get provided a list of all appointments prior at some point. I'm not sure. I think it's done by email, but all the county boards and commissions is available. It's also available on the website. The same thing one commissioner did, Mr. Van Dyne did, was the same thing that for the Northwest Homer Fire Protection District. We had Steve Ballas saying he wanted more input in the process. And I gave him the same advice I gave Joe that, hey, if you got concerns, reach out to the county executive, reach out to the speaker and let them know that you like what your concerns are. So it's not unprecedented for this to happen. It also happened in May 2018 during the Metro appointment, where it was voted down by the board, so that the county executive had to go back and make another recommendation. I think the board members should have the right to advise and consent and not just wait for a board meeting. So I think it's very unfair when you call out a board member and make it about them rather than the procedure. And let's face it, the procedure is pretty much set in law that the county executive brings to us for advice and consent. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to.
Hold on.
Denise,
Let's
I would
go
like
to
to
order.
respond back to him. I would like to respond back to Ken. Please.
Hang on, Judy.
All right.
I think Jackie was next up. Did she get on?
I don't.
Okay, who was next that didn't already speak?
Beth Rice, did she?
Beth?
Thank you. I just want to reiterate what Jim Moostis and Rachel Ventura stated, and I look forward to just a discussion about the Board of Health and the current needs of our public health from a learning perspective. And this is nothing against any name that's on that list. And I think knowing that we won't interfere with the board's ability to do business makes me feel very comfortable to vote on this next month.
Hi, it's Jackie. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Go ahead, Jackie.
Okay, I figured it out. The dial-in thing. Somehow I must have bumped it and put it on mute. Apparently the dial-in does have some effect. I always thought it was just the WebEx screen. So at any rate, I'm in support of this because it doesn't stop the board from functioning. I do think we have a lot of new things to consider. I'd like to suppose this is going to be the first pandemic and last pandemic, but maybe not. So I know it's really the county executive's job to pick these people, but just like with the appointment to Metra, I think by the fact that we decide not to go forward, that the newspapers will make hay out of it, and it might bring some more people out of the woodwork that were not aware of this potential possibility to be appointed. So I'd like the health committee, the public health committee, to talk a little bit more about this and I don't know, widen the net. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
Steve Balich.
Steve.
There you go. I'm unmuted. I agree with Judy and I agree with Rachel. And one of the problems that I see since I've been on the board is that a lot of times the person that's not the county executive, but the person that's submitting names to the county executive is like a fire chief or a superintendent of something or like the head guy. A lot of times all they're doing is stacking the deck so they get whatever they want. So I think we should kind of change our policy and let the county board members from those districts look at the appointments and then give an opinion what they think. And people from the other districts, if they want, they should talk to the county board members from that district, because we don't want to have boards that are stacked in favor of anybody. And, what Judy said about what Joe said, that, he's bringing up the other guy, the way he talked, with Rocky, how he talked. Well, that's the wrong thing to say. I hope Joe didn't mean it like it came out. But the bottom line is, though, that if we continue to appoint people that really shouldn't be appointed just because the fire chief says so, or the superintendent or the head of whatever board we're appointing wants them, that's the wrong answer, because that doesn't mean that they're actually what we want. So I'd like to see the policy changed that the county board members have a big giant input if it's in their district. Because I know me and Mike Frizzalone tried to remove a guy from the Northwest Homer Fire District probably about 4 years ago. And we had it stalled for probably 2 or 3 months, but we couldn't get any motion on it because that's who the fire chief wanted, and Larry went along with the fire chief. And the bottom line was the guy was a stooge for the fire chief. And that's not what we want. That's not good government. So I would really like to see everything changed a little bit so that there's more discussion. And the people that live there from the districts, we should have a large input in who goes there. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next.
Tim Krolitis.
Tim.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, and I agree with Rachel has stated, that it's only common sense to be able to have a little further discussion and a little bit extra investigation on the people that we're agreeing to appoint to these boards. So I just want to be on the record for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Next.
Nick Palmer.
Nick.
I don't want to miss an opportunity to remind board members, because this comes up every couple of years, is number one, the county executive makes the appointments. When this county executive came into office, we published all the appointments that the county makes. They're on the website, so they're available 24/7. You can nominate yourself, you can nominate your neighbor, you can nominate somebody from your district. We do not get massive amounts of people nominated, but board members always have the opportunity to nominate somebody or to come talk to the executive or myself or anybody in this office about potential candidates. And that has happened from time to time, but not in large numbers. And we put those names forward. We also work with the board to, on an annual basis, publish a list at that time in December of all the upcoming appointments. So you get a list of all the terms that are expiring during the next calendar year, and you have that. So you can use that and the website anytime you want, and people have come and asked us about appointments. As far as people stacking the deck, that's the eye of the beholder, because there are people who've tried to stack the deck the other way, and people try to say we want fair and balanced boards and commissions. But the reality is the county executive makes the appointment, the county board consents to those, and then they're on their way. We have limited oversight over these boards. The county board can pass an ordinance, I believe, to increase that accountability if you'd like to do that. But it goes both ways, and it has over the years, and I'm not going to belabor that, but you're always welcome to make input. Board members have. And on the appointments that are up, as we already said, the Board of Health aren't going to change anything because they're on there. The appointment that's been debated a bunch, the county executive did nominate that person, and he was removed from the agenda, so a new name's going to have to come forward. Who's behind it, recommended, that will be whoever we submit. So I just wanted to remind people you have the opportunity and always have to offer input.
Thank you. Other hands?
I see Judy Ogala's hand. I'm not sure if it's new.
Yep, thank you very much. I would like to speak. So
Judy?
I wasn't calling out any specific board member for not having the ability or the right to do business as we do, to remove an appointment from the agenda, such as Rachel just did today. She made that move to do that. So I know that that's our right, but this isn't my opinion on something. This is exactly what the person who sought out the appointment found out when he spoke directly to that board member. And what I'm saying to you, and I heard a lot of things that was going on related to this thing, and it's specific to the fact, and it is a fact, that he was not wanted to be appointed to that board because of the simple fact that he chose to come before the Will County Board and speak in favor of the Second Amendment, the right to bear arms, in favor of pro-life. We had other people come before our board and speak pro-choice and anti-gun. And I would never judge an appointment based on those facts and those facts alone. This is on the character of the person. The person's character in his community is very high. I think we need to really stop doing that as a board and stop putting on these based on big issues that divide us. And it does divide us, and it will always divide us because that's just how the human character is. We have things that we strongly believe in, and we fight for them. And I understand that, and I support the other side in having their opinions on that. But in the past, when people have asked for somebody to be removed or the appointment to be removed, it was for reasons other than that. This is a fact. You can argue it all you want, Ken, but this is a fact. It's a known fact, and you know that it's a fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a motion to table. Are there any other questions about that motion?
Denise, I have a question. Is the motion just to table the Will County Health Department or all of them?
It's, as I understand it, the motion is just for the health department.
That's correct. I wanted to remove F to table that one so we can vote on the other ones as.
Are there other questions? Okay, so on the motion to take.
May I ask a quick question?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just wondering if there was a reason why Rachel wanted that person removed. Is this to remove a specific person?
It is not. It is a motion to table all appointments for the health department until there is further discussion. That's the motion that is before you now.
So I guess
So the
I'm
health
just
department
curious.
would be- I'm sorry, go ahead.
So I'm just curious as to why those appointments need further reflection.
And that is just what she said, and what Jim said is that in light of the COVID-19 and the responses from the health department, they would like to have the opportunity to step back, think about what's going on at the health department and how we might change or not going forward. It does not impact the people who are currently sitting on the board. Those terms continue until they are either voted out or renewed. So it does not change any of that. It just allows more time to look at the health department overall and how it operates with its board. Is that helpful, Julie?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So on the motion to table, this is tabling only those appointments for the health department. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Yes,
Gloria
Denise
is
Amano.
opposed.
Opposed.
Okay.
O'Gara is opposed.
Okay, so we need a roll call. We made clerk, please.
Sari,
Yes.
Frizzalone,
Yes.
Newquist,
Yes.
Ogala,
No.
Cook,
Yes.
Mustis,
Yes.
Rice,
Yes.
Tyson,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Trainier,
Yes.
Fritz,
Yes.
Mueller,
Yes.
Gould,
Yes.
Van Dyne,
Yes.
Balich,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Ventura,
Yes.
Dollinger,
No.
Berkowitz, Julie Berkowitz,
I'm sorry, there's a delay. That will be no.
Cowan,
Yes.
Chumanello,
Yes.
Weigel,
Yes.
Curlitis,
Yes.
Yes.
$22 affirmative, 3 negative. 22 affirmative, 3 negative.
So the health department appointments are tabled. Again, I'll say that does not impact the service of those people assigned to those boards. It just delays the confirmation of any new appointments for 1 more month. Okay? So then for the other appointments for this month, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Volunteers are yes.
O'Gala's a yes.
Any opposed? The motion's carried.
Denise, could Don maybe confirm if we'll be discussing this at Public Health Committee? I can make sure I put it on the calendar, if it will be heard at a different committee.
Can I go ahead?
What is it? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm thinking about that, Rachel, and obviously it needs to be discussed. But I'm thinking that perhaps the committee is not the proper forum for that, and I'll tell you why. Starts at the statute, and keep in mind, specifically for the boards of health, it's not just individuals who are appointed. The appointees have to come from certain employment and so forth backgrounds. And for example, Denise and I, the only reason we serve is because the statute says that 2 members from the county board shall serve on the board of, and which I can tell you over the years is sometimes has been difficult to find 2 people to do. But at any rate, I think in my just my own opinion, a subject like this, which, if I understand you correctly, you want to sort of look at the relationship, if you will, between the county board and the Board of Health and the functions of the Board of Health, that may be better suited for a committee of the whole meeting. And I say that because I think that members who are not on the Public Health Committee want to participate, and it's probably, in light of this pandemic, an important enough topic. And we've never really examined the relationship of the Board of Health to the county board before. So I think it may be better suited for a committee of the whole, but that's just my thinking.
I tend to agree. So I'd like to follow up or maybe have leadership. I'm not sure how that gets assigned, but I totally agree with you, Don. I think everybody should participate in this conversation.
I do too. And there's obviously, in a situation like this, you're not going to have 2, 4, or 6 questions. You're going to have 50 questions, and it's probably better suited for a forum like that.
Okay, thanks. So Denise or someone in leadership, will you guys be following this after this then to figure out how that will move forward?
Following the meeting, we'll be looking at the minutes to determine that, and we'll notify all board members.
Thank you.
You got that, Beth, right? Okay. Other questions? Related to appointments, I should say.
I have my hand up. I don't.
Okay, go ahead, Jim.
So I just want to make a mention about the Board of Health appointments. I think we can start out with sending out the criteria that the state sets. You know, for example, there has to be a certain amount of doctors on. There may have to be a dentist on. They have to come from certain regions in the county. They all can kind of come from one place, and that's all set by state statute. And I think a good start, Denise, would to send that out to people first, so they understand the criteria of the appointments. And then, of course, I would say appointments generally go through the executive committee. If you want to send that to a committee of the whole, I think that's fine. But I do think we can start out by just giving people the information set by state statute with how the appointments have to be made. That's it.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, may I ask a question about the previous vote? This is Julie.
Julie, go ahead.
I just wanted to confirm that I wasn't confused. I didn't want to delay the appointment, so I wanted to make sure that my vote reflected that. Can you confirm that, Laura?
Were you a yes on that vote? She was a no. She was a no vote. So a no, Julie, was then that you did not want to table, and a yes was that you did. So you voted a no. Is that helpful?
Okay. So I wanted to make sure that the appointments moved forward.
And so you voted no. You did not want to table them. You wanted them to go forward. The vote.
I did. Thank you.
The vote, though, was to table.
Okay. So I didn't want to vote yes for that.
Right. So you didn't. You voted no.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm sorry. Let's see where we are. Okay, so now we are at the public comment. Beth, do we have some comments from the public?
Yes, we do. I have one email here that the subject line is government stimulus check small businesses. And it says, hello, I am reaching out to you in hopes that you may be able to help a small business in Naperville. One Body Fitness has been owned and operated in the South Naperville community for many years. Howie Machek's dream since he was young was to own his own gym. He has helped countless clients achieve their goals and improve their health. He has truly cared for every single one of his clients and has become close friends with most. He does not know that I am reaching out to you, but he has helped me tremendously and has shown me much kindness that I wanted to do anything I could to help. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, he was forced to shut down and more recently to close for good because he did not receive government aid. I am unsure of whether you would be able to help, but I wanted to bring this to your attention. Small business owners are the heart of this country. This business is truly a gem in our community. Losing One Body Fitness would be a tremendous loss. Howie himself is a big supporter of small businesses, and I believe these events are extremely unjust. Please let me know if there is anything that can be done to help. Listed below is Howie's contact information. If you could get in touch with him and offer assistance, I would truly appreciate it. And there is information for him with his phone number, email address, and the address of the business. I hope you and your family are doing well during this difficult time. Thank you for taking the time to read this, and I hope to hear from you soon. Sincerely, Dr. Amy Zidata, PharmD pharmacist at Midwestern University. And that's the only public comment we have.
Thank you, Lana. Okay, comments by county board members.
Madam Speaker, there are a lot of hands raised, so I'm not sure which are for public or for the county board. So I should go in order.
In order. If your hand is still up from another issue, please take it down so that we don't mix things up.
Beth Rice is number 1.
Beth? Beth, did you have a comment?
I'm very sorry. I did, but I have decided to hold off since this has been such a long meeting, and I will be in touch at a future meeting on my topic, which is farms to family food delivery in Will County. And I think that it can wait for a better time when people actually have attention span left.
Thank you. Next up?
Gretchen Fritz.
Gretchen?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I received this question from a constituent of ours, and I'm hoping that the Sheriff's Department and the State's Attorney's Office will respond at some point with a public statement. He said, Grundy County Sheriff will not arrest or cite based on the governor's order, and the Grundy County State's Attorney will not prosecute any case that comes before it regarding the governor's order. Any idea where Will County officials stand? So this constituent is asking for a statement from the Sheriff's Department and from the State's Attorney's Office about arrest and prosecution for violating the executive order. Thank you.
Okay, so what we can do on that one, Gretchen, is we'll forward that information to each of those departments so that they can make their statements and they will share those with us. So Beth, if you send those over, Beth will share those with the appropriate departments and ask for a written position.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Ken Harris.
Ken.
Sorry, I forgot to take my hand down.
Thank you. Next.
Mimi Cowan.
Mimi.
Thank you very much. I have a couple quick things and one more extensive thing. First of all, I'd like to publicly apologize for my oversight regarding Gloria Dollinger's professional credentials earlier, and I just wanted to say thank you to Gloria for her expertise. Secondly, I'm not sure if this goes to the constituent question that Gretchen Fritz was raising, but the governor did rescind the rule that would make business owners guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. So that just happened yesterday, so that might, address that. Thirdly, I know Mr. Moustis raised this last week. I'm just requesting that we get some information about what kinds of organizations can receive CARES funds from the county so that we can start reaching out to people in our communities. And like I said, I know Mr. Moustis raised this last week, so I'm just wondering where we are with that, we're getting information for us to be able to get out to folks. So finally, earlier in our meeting, I read a resolution recognizing Asian and Pacific Islander Heritage American Month. Initially, when I submitted the resolution, I had asked for someone to ask Julie Berkowitz about her heritage so that we could include her in the resolution if appropriate. Also, as I read the resolution, I noticed that a few lines that I had submitted in the original resolution had been removed. I dropped the ball on both of these counts by not following up to assure that the resolution was published as I intended. But to that end, I'd like to acknowledge that there remains much to be done to ensure that Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders have access to resources and a voice in the government of Will County, and that they continue to advance in the political landscape of Will County. Furthermore, incidents of anti-Asian bias have increased dramatically in Illinois and in the United States over the last 2 months, and I would ask that every one of my fellow board members stand up against anti-Asian bias wherever and whenever they see it, and acknowledge that immigrants who have come to the United States have done so to seek a better life and love this country as much or more than any of us who were born here. A great example of this spirit is the family of my fellow District 11 Representative Julie Berkowitz. Julie's heritage is both Filipino and Asian. Her family fought alongside the United States Army in the Philippines during World War II, and Julie's mother is actually a surviving prisoner of war. Before coming to the United States, Julie's ancestors lived in the jungle for 5 years without a home or secure food resources. Her extended family was lost to malaria, scarlet fever, starvation, and more. Julie's family story is not unique, and I honor the struggle that Julie's family and others like her went through in order to be here in the United States today. Julie, please express my appreciation to your mother and your family for the sacrifices they have made in order to become Americans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up.
Rachel Ventura.
Rachel.
I want to reiterate some of the things we've given earlier to staff. I appreciate all of the reports that are being sent, and I want to highlight two particular staff members, Maggie with the Sunny Hill. Her reports are very detailed and provide insight in what is happening at our nursing home. So I really appreciate that. Thank you, Maggie. I also want to thank Rashawn. The budget process is starting on June 1st, and she sent a letter to our department heads, and it really highlighted the COVID and how our tax sellers in the future may be limited, and it really encouraged department heads to be as frugal as possible when making their budgets, and that was probably a very difficult letter for Rashawn to compose and write. I thought she did it very professionally, and I really think we should call that out, and hopefully she can work with our department heads moving forward with probably a very difficult budget in the next year. The last thing I'd like to point out is there has been a call for some local organizers and activists here in Joliet for a moratorium on warehouses. That request is going to Manhattan, Joliet, and Elwood. I was asked to bring it up on the county board. I know the Sierra Club has asked in the past to have a moratorium on warehouses. I'm not sure what happened with that ask, but if for future meetings, I would like us to consider that or have it on a future agenda. To that point, there will be a car caravan on June 2nd at 6 p.m., meeting at the Kmart on Larkin and Jefferson, and driving down to Joliet City Hall. So if anyone wants more information, I'm happy to provide that or point you in the direction of some of these agencies who can tell you more about it. But I do think that the fact that we have a traffic study with CMAP, transportation study in the works, it does seem that it might be in our best interest to follow up with some of this and see how the county board members feel about what's happening in our backyard. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Julie Berkowitz.
Julie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the county board for their proclamation today acknowledging Asian and Pacific Islanders. As an individual of Asian and Pacific Islander heritage, I'm proud of Filipino traditions, family values, hard work, and resiliency. Filipinos are loyal, proud Americans, and we truly cherish the freedoms in our country, which are protected every day by so many, including our military heroes. In closing, I'd also like to thank Mimi Cohen for bringing this resolution forward and acknowledging this important part of our population. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Julie. Next up.
Steve Balich.
Steve?
Yeah, I just want to, I have a comment, but before that, I want to clarify what Gretchen said. She was just asking for what I said earlier, that the Illinois State Police said they will not enforce the guidelines. They won't go out and they won't take you to jail for that. They won't arrest you. The Kendall County Sheriff's Department said no. Obviously, the Grundy County Sheriff's Department also. So a lot of these places are saying that they are not going to enforce the guidelines, and we need to know what our sheriff wants to do, because it's important. Orland Park's Police Department doesn't enforce the laws, not the laws, the rules, and neither does Lockport's. And I don't know about the other cities, but we need to know where our sheriff stands so our people know if they have 12 people all together that they're not going to go to jail because they're violating the law. That's what Gretchen was getting at. And the other thing I wanted to say is that all these small businesses that are closing up permanently, and there's one every day or two or three, whatever. Every time a small business closes forever, that's less tax money everyone collects. When this is all over with, there's going to be a giant spike in property taxes because a lot of the tax base is going to be gone. So when we talk about the economy and about the disease, the cure for this disease is way, way worse. There's suicides going up, depression going up, all domestic abuse. We're going to go, I don't want to go through the whole list, but we've got to look at Will County and say it's in our best interest to say, make a resolution, taking us out of that region of Chicago and keeping us to ourselves and saying we want to open up now. We can do it safely. Our businesses will do it safely. But we can't remain closed. There'll be nothing left. And I sure can't afford the taxes to go up double or 1.5 times or whatever. But that's what's on the horizon, everybody. Every time these small businesses that no one seems to care about other than with words goes out of business, we make our life miserable in the future.
Thank you, Steve. Next up. Is that Tim? Go ahead.
Thank you, Denise. I just wanted to say we made it. We made it through this meeting. But I wanted to remind everybody that May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and that Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed in May in the United States since 1949. And that text messages to the federal government's disaster distress hotline increased by more than 1,000% in April, just last month. About 20,000 people texted the hotline last month. The hotline provides crisis counseling to people experiencing emotional distress related to any natural or human-caused disaster. So I just want to reiterate, please check on your loved ones, your friends, your neighbors. If you are aware of some shut-ins that are in your neighborhood, please reach out to them, because this is indicative of the stress and some of the emotional distress that comes along with it. So, and then secondly, I just wanted to reach out to Gretchen and Steve Balich's point. I sent a letter to the sheriff, and I haven't gotten a response yet. I sent it, I believe, Monday, and I would like to put it on the record here real quick. And it says, hello, Sheriff. I wanted to reach out to you with some questions relating to Governor Pritzker's COVID-19 guidelines. As you are aware, many surrounding sheriff's departments have made statements on where they stand in relation to our governor's guidelines. And I and many of our constituents are concerned at the effect that these restrictions are having on local businesses, churches, and our community as a whole. Local churches have contacted me asking about our Will County Sheriff's response to them holding a drive-in church service. They indicated that they will make every effort to comply with social distancing guidelines during the service. They asked for a direct answer to their question: will they be fined or ticketed for doing so? Noting the amendment to the U.S. Constitution clearly defines there will be no laws prohibiting the free exercise of religion or right of the people to peaceably assemble, I would assume this would take precedence over the governor's guidelines. We both swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. So in ending, I said, please let me know your response to the above question. Perhaps a statement by the Sheriff's Department would be helpful to many Will County citizens' concerns. We all appreciate and are thankful for the hard work that you and all the Will County deputies are doing during this tough time. Sincerely, Tim Kurlitis. Like to get a response. So if there's somebody from the Sheriff's Department still on the line here, please reach out to Sheriff Kelly and have him respond to my letter, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. As I said earlier, we'll be asking the Sheriff's Department and the State's Attorney to give us a written statement so that everybody will have that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, especially about mental health. It's really necessary to pay attention during times like this. Thank you. Next up.
I don't believe there are any new hands. There are a couple hands still up.
I think Mr. Brooks had something.
Oh. I don't see his hand.
Yeah, I did. I sent a message, more.
Go ahead, Herb.
Okay. I just want to thank Jeff Ronaldson, Nick Palmer, and Joe Van Dyne for the quick response to the Interstate 80 and Route 53 damage that are done in District 8. They are repairing around the clock. They are planning for that to be opened up by this weekend. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you all for your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there another hand, more?
Beth Rice still has her hand up.
Did you have another comment, Beth? If not, we'll move to announcements by the Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker Winfrey. I'd just like to re-recognize May 14th as Apraxia Awareness Day, recognizing May as Asian and Pacific Islander American Heritage Month, and also recognizing the Community Lifeline Ministries. And look, that's all I really have, but I would like to say one thing, and that is this. Whatever, search your soul and figure out what you're going to do to stay healthy. Because we don't want to lose anybody on this group, okay? So until next time, see you then.
Thank you. Minority Leader, Mike Frizzlone.
Thank you, Speaker. Nick, are you still on? Is Nick still there?
I am.
Yeah, Nick, can you share anything on Joel Van Essen, since I see he's left the meeting?
He's actually in another meeting that I was supposed to be in a half hour ago. But yes, Joel Van Essen, many of you know, has been, I'm not sure his title, but Dave's right hand and has been managing a number of projects. He did give his resignation, is taking another job at another governmental body. So he will be leaving June 1st, I believe, is his last day. So
yeah, that's why, and thanks for confirming that. That's why I wanted to go on record and thanking Joel. I'm going to certainly give some stern words to Mayor Pekow of Orland Park, who stole them from us. But Joel has been a great asset. He has, I think, put together a system for us that whoever takes his position, and he's actually given us some recommendations, will be a very easy job for them, because if they just follow what Joel set up, we'll be in great shape. So I really want to put a shout out to Joel for everything he's done for us over the last couple of years. He's done a wonderful job. And today is National Wait Staff Day, very apropos, because we really need to get the wait staff back to work. They're sitting at home waiting for the next move on restaurants. And as I said, the faster we can get them working, the better this economy will get rolling again. So let's get this country moving again. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add again, thanks to Joel. He has been a great asset to us, and he has set out a game plan for how whoever follows him will do that. He's arranged for people from each of the different sectors to step up and manage in his absence. So he has done not only the job, but then prepared for the next person coming in. So thank you to Joel Van Essen for his work for us. Also want to just acknowledge that the health department got moved into their new quarters. That went really very well. They finished up all the departments they're in. They're doing some last things to clean up, smooth out, whatever, but they are in the new building and are up and running. So thank you for all the help to make that happen. The other thing is that each of you should have received an announcement about NACO appointments. If you're looking to have NACO presidential appointments, you needed to fill the form out online. You still have time to do that if you're looking to have that, and then send that over. And if you, whenever you do send it over, if you would also then just let us know so that we don't duplicate any of those appointments. If you're looking to be today,
I'll send it this afternoon.
Beth is going to resend it this afternoon so that you, if you didn't get it or you lost it somewhere in your email, you'll have it again. If you're looking to be named to a steering committee, that application or information is also online. If you would do that so that then Joe McCoy has a listing of who of our state is on which committee so that we can balance it out, make sure that we cover some of everything. So if we could take care of those two things today or in very near future. I think the final date is June 14th on that. But at any rate, get those done. You should also have heard that the NACO conference, the live conference in July, is canceled. There will be a series of meetings, virtual meetings. There will be a board of directors meeting. There will be a business meeting. One other thing I forgot. But at any rate, that should also be in your email so that we do have a way to go forward and then keep the schedule in terms of how each person is appointed and what happens with that. So that's going to happen in July. That should also be in your email. I want to say thank you to all of you for being on the call today. I know that this is a long call, and it's necessarily long in order to give everybody a chance and to get everything out. So I appreciate people staying with us. It's now 2:30 from a 9:30 meeting, and I know that that is marathon meeting time, but thank you to all of you for doing that for us. I don't have anything else. Obviously, we won't have an executive session because we are on virtual. Unless someone has anything else, we will stand adjourned until June 18th.
Denise.
Maura, go ahead.
The sheriff is on and can make a comment if you'd like.
Okay, Mike, if you'd like to, go ahead.
Beth, I think he's on the phone and he's caller 6, I think. I'm guessing. If you can.
Okay, let me try and see.
Thank you.
Sheriff, is this you?
Try 5.
Hello. Sheriff, is this you?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for being on the line, Mike. I don't know if you're able to hear the comments that happened before, but what people are wanting to have is a definitive statement from your office about how you will manage violations of the executive order.
Yeah, I've been on the line. I've heard. I have had discussions the last couple of days with the State's Attorney Jim Glasgow in reference to this very topic. He wanted to wait until yesterday with that JCAR meeting in Springfield to determine if that legislation was going to pass, making that a Class A misdemeanor, which we all now know it was rescinded. So there is no legislation other than the governor's order, in which I will probably have another discussion with him either this afternoon or tomorrow, and everybody can rest easy. I assure you that you will be hearing from my office and the Will County State's Attorney's Office jointly on this very topic. Let me just defend myself real quick. I lead this department and have done it for almost 6 years. I don't follow other sheriffs. I don't care what they say, that they got their own counties. They get to do their own deal in their own counties. I lead this department, and I don't follow other people. So, but you will be hearing from myself and State's Attorney Glasgow very shortly. So thanks for the time.
Thank you, Mike. Are there any final comments? If not, we stand adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you. Everybody have a safe holiday weekend. We will talk to you in the next couple of weeks.
Thanks, Melissa.
Thanks.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, all.
Goodbye.
Adios.